And hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. Welcome to Foxhole Fridays. This is our gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign, The Gamblers. Welcome in. I hope all of you are doing well. It's nice to. I can't actually physically see you, but I can see your chat, so it's almost like seeing you. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. I am your GM, and this is our amazing campaign. Today, our campaign is split in two. We've got our first half with the Gambler, and then we have the second half with the Elane, because our group decided to split the party, which I think is pretty awesome for me. And anyway, so you can thank you for being here, and if you would like to support us, one of the best things you can do is by being here, either here or live or Memorex on the YouTube. You can watch our VODs, and if you do, give us a comment, a like, subscribe. You can just chat with us. You can also let people know that you are here. Let people know that we're here so they can come and watch us as well. Those are the big things you can do. If you'd like to give us tips and bits, you can, and I will read out the tips and bits message at the end. We have a Patreon, and I want to say a big shout out to our brand new Patreon, Trig or Treat, who is going to come up again very shortly when I talk about the comments from YouTube. But thank you for being our new Patreon. Thank you very much. We also have a special Patreon tier, which is $200. There's only 4 slots available for 4 weeks out of the month, and that will pay for the cast of 4 players for 1 week. And if you are one of our sponsors, you get a special radio ad, and I want to give a special love to our sponsor, Willen TW, who's our bookkeeper, and without whom I don't know what I would do. I take notes, but I cannot always read my handwriting, so Willen is very helpful in that way. You can also join our Discord. Yeah, those are all the things you can do. So today, this is episode 9 of our 12-episode season 4, which means we have this one and 3 more episodes. And golly gee. So, I would love for my players to introduce themselves, if they would. We're doing a, let me make sure this is... Oh, I forgot. We have a merch store. And at our merch store, you can get, really amazing things, like our notebook, our Gambler's Notebook, which I use for my notes all the time, and I love it. So, if I could get my 3 players who are here on the Gambler to say who they are playing, and the players don't know a thing I'm going to do, but I'm going to do a thing. Maybe some of them do. I don't know, but I'm going to tell them after this. So, say who you are playing, and what... what is your character looking forward to? What sort of no, I have to say the words in a provocative way because I like to stir the pot. What sort of self-improvement is your character looking forward to in this week of Jump Space, as they have the Gambler has jumped and is heading towards Acis? And I feel like talking about self-improvement is always the best way to go. Yeah. And I want to start with Greg.
Hi, everybody. My name's Greg. I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. If you fancy a trip down nostalgia lane and want to watch some Star Trek, join me over on YouTube as Warp Reactor. But what is Val looking forward to? What was the question? What's Val?
Self-improvement.
Self-improvement. Okay, well, the good thing is, I think that what Val's looking forward to is no longer having to be a practicing killer because he's perfected it.
Nice. Yeah. That's great. I think that's wonderful. So, I feel like that's lovely. It's always good to have goals and to...
You have to be good at something.
Yeah. I'm into it.
Not medical, not healing people.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's the same flip a coin. That's the death life.
Yeah. Sure. In that case, let me go over to Lindy. Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your character looking forward to in terms of wholesome self-improvement over the jump?
Hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and I'm going to be playing Quint Vesper, the former Solomani spy, Imperial scout. There's a laundry list of previous occupations, but now just a gunner on the Gambler, and the treasurer, the ship's treasurer now. Thanks, Severance. Love paperwork. What is Quint looking forward to for self-improvement? Or planning self-improvement. We're gonna skip the looking forward to. Quint is going to have in this jump some self-reflection. But it's not a happy thing. It's gonna be we're gonna try to process some feelings on this jump space thing. Maybe do like a
PCs never do that. Weird.
yeah. Yep.
All right. Greg, who are you playing, and what are you looking forward to in terms of wholesome self-improvement?
Yeah. What's your other character, Greg?
No.
I'm gonna hand this one off to Ari. Ari, why don't you take this one for me?
You have to do it again, man. This is how this works.
Yeah, but
I guess this is Sue's introduction.
That is correct. Go ahead, Sue.
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. Tonight I'll be playing Sue. Sue is an AI, sort of, that isn't an AI and is a new creature. So join us, and they may or may not tip an imaginary hat, walk around in a suit, and smoke a little bit. Anyway, back to you all.
Notice how he avoided the wholesome self-improvement. I feel like there's a reason for that. Tarika is our next character, played by Ari. Ari, who are you? Who are you playing? And what sort of wholesome self-improvement is your character looking forward to this jump?
Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures, and I played Tarika. They are a pilot, and that's all they'll tell you that they are. I'm having a hard time with looking forward to that part of this question because I don't think Tarika is looking forward to anything right now.
That's why I phrase it that way for pot stirring.
I honestly couldn't. I couldn't say what they're looking forward to right now. There's a lot of other things that are happening that are too scary to be happy about.
Oh. That's so sad.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah. And I'm your GM, Trooper SJP, and I'm here for this crew of shenanigans. But I do have, before we pull back the curtain, a couple of comments from the YouTubes, which I thought I would share with you because maybe you want to know about them. I don't know. Let's go with so first off, Stephen Dwyer is actually here live and has been one of our loyal commenters on the YouTube, so that's very nice. But here's what I thought was quite lovely. So, Quint is starting to get into a suit of armor, and a suit of armor is setting Quint for the same reason. Poor Tarika. The more they try not to be like Severance, the more like him they become. Who here has had an addiction problem? Who here is no longer in their original body? Who here has stabbed or shot someone who didn't realize they were in danger? Okay, that last one could be everyone in the crew, which I think is fair.
Okay. Thank you for recognizing that last part and just it's important.
Malamber says, Trooper, I love the lack of expression you had when Greg was asking you to call the suit to him. Then Lindy pointed out it would get shot down. Also, about the Pirates campaign and plan to run it for my friends as well. Is Viridian your own thing? I don't see references to it in the books yet. Viridian is my own thing. I'm going to write it up for y'all. There's a naval thing going on north of Regina. So from Regina, it's south to Uranus and then north to the naval thing. That's also from Stephen Dwyer. Great episode. I don't even know what to say on this one. This is the last one. Everyone was on fire this episode. The good kind of fire, not like, the pirate on fire. Sorry, Wesley. And lastly, we have a comment from Trigger Treat, which I need to say out loud because it's astounding. I just finished binging the whole series and want to thank you all for sharing the story with us. Y'all are amazing. So Trigger Treat, thank you for the huge binge. That's amazing. And
Holy cow.
Caught up. Holy cow, that's what I have to say. Thank you. And so,
I thought I was muted.
as we pull back the curtain, let us see. Our Tagonists, I call them Tagonists, not protagonists, because who knows, really, sort of ambitagonists, they all got into two separate ships, and they went off their own separate ways to meet up again later. The Elane, which is a very, very fast luxury yacht with no weaponry went off with the Harlock and Severance, and we will see them in the second half of today's session as they head off back to Drinax to speak to the king and report in on how they've been doing. I know some things that I don't know if they remember or not, but I remember, like the king sent them off with an ally of his, the Pirate Queen, who was then murdered. And that news has definitely gotten back to the king by now, so we'll see how that works out. I'm very excited. And then we have the Gambler and our crew right now with us. They are heading to Acis, which was where they were planning to go. They have some passengers to let go, some grebes to let go. They have some personal business to take care of. And at this moment, our crew on the Gamblers heading to Acis, they've just entered into their jump space. And we have, at the moment, our captain, Terika, a noble from the planet of Drinax, flying their Drinaxian Harrier through jump space. We have, as the co-pilot, I guess, and also Dr. Valentine Morrissey, who has never killed anyone. That's a lie. Don't worry about it. We have Quint Vesper, who is currently working as the purser and also gunner and also marine, also bodyguard, and also entertainment. And that is great. On the ship, they also have Evan, who is their Varger steward, who will take care of their passengers, who they do not currently have any awake. Well, they do. They have the professor, they have a professor on board who is a bit of an absent-minded professor and a bit of a nerd about grain prices from like a couple thousand years ago. Nobody cares, but he has a lead on a great treasure. We also have Kareen, who's one of their gunners and marines, who has a knife and very few fucks to give. And we have Wesley, who is their mechanic. And I believe, and Sue, who is a holographic projection of a computer program and nothing more at all. And so, thank you. So my crew, we have entered into jump space. It is a week until you get to Acis. And so I have a question for you all. And the question I have is good society rules. I would like to start with Terika. Do you have a vignette you would like to do for this week? And this vignette is like this something that is personal to Terika that they would be doing. Give us as we are sort of traveling through this time in jump space, give us a vignette of Terika. You're muted.
I'm muted.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Greg, would it be all right if so Terika would ask to sleep in Val's room again?
Interesting.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Then I think this is what the vignette looks like. And Terika would wake up in the middle of the night, at least with a jerk, maybe with a scream. I don't know if it wakes up Val or not, but then they would try and slide out of the room as quietly as possible. And when they get they'd head to the kitchen and very slowly just start to make a cup of tea, heating up the water, pulling out the mug, putting the tea bag in there. They would pick up a rag and get just a little bit of water and sort of wipe the cold sweat off of them. And when the tea is ready, they would quietly just sort of pick that mug up and walk to the bridge and they would stay there for the rest of the night and just stare out at jump space.
Wesley would have to be at the bridge because you don't leave the bridge unattended. So Wesley would probably
Right.
be up there on the bridge, sitting, not touching any buttons, because
Good.
that would not be allowed. But if there was an emergency, he could do something. And so I imagine when they walk in, he looks up and he goes, "Oh, it's not time yet for you to take over my shift, though."
No. You can. It's okay. I'll take it from here.
Yeah, but I've got a couple more hours.
I know, but why don't you go? Why don't you go read some Crash Jones?
Okay. What are you doing here? Did I do something wrong?
No,
Did I mess up?
no. Yeah, I just I can't sleep. So I just figured I would I'd mind the bridge for a while.
Well, when I can't sleep, Quint and I we watch Crash Jones. If you wanted to watch one with me,
That's very sweet of you, Wesley.
I've got Crash Jones and the Barbarians of Drinax.
No, that's okay. That's fine. Why don't you can just go watch, and I'll take the bridge just for a little while.
Okay. So I'm gonna do that, but it sounds like you're trying to get rid of me.
I just need to think for a while.
Okay. All right. Well,
It's you didn't do anything wrong, Wesley. You really didn't. You didn't do. You're doing a great job. I mean, Terica like looks around the bridge at where everything is just like neatly put together, and they're like, it looks amazing in here. The ship is still flying through jump space. You're doing a great job.
are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm totally
Oh.
fine. I just, sometimes you just you can't sleep because you just can't sleep. So
Okay. Well, I'll just go then. Okay. And Wesley gets up.
You wanted to know about Drinax.
Well, I watched the serial on the Crash Jones serial. It's really good. Turns out there are these barbarians that live on Drinax, and at least in the serial, and there are there's a sort of like a tiger that's all made out of iridium and is green, and they live in tree houses. The barbarians, and they have like these very intricate sort of rituals to have duels with each other, and there's like villains, but it's all sort of irradiated.
No, yeah, that's not. Well, the irradiated part is right. And Tarika is just gonna kind of like sit down in the captain's chair, like slowly, and just slump, and they'll be like, "But there's more to Drinax than that. It's well, there's supposed to be more to Drinax anyway."
Okay.
Right. No, sorry. I'd meant to tell you. So the king. So Drinax was decimated by the Aslans a while ago, and after they bombed it, and that's why it's irradiated, because bombed the shit out of it. They didn't bomb everything. There's the floating palace that still exists, and I hear that back in the day it was nice, right? Very lots of beautiful marble and everything. But after there was no one left, then well,
What do
that's
you mean no
everyone
one
that was
left?
left. Well, on the planet, they'll anyone who was on the planet pretty much died.
Oh,
But the Aslans did that. So, uh,
Crash Jones knows that the Aslan are dangerous. They, you know, they're the henchmen for the Zodani. They're out to go
well,
destroy everything.
so the Zodani and the Aslan are different. They're not the Aslan aren't the henchmen. I mean, the Aslan are pretty awful, but they're the Zodani and the Aslan. That's two different empires, for lack of a better word.
Okay.
I just the point is the
But
floating
they're
palace
both
was all
dangerous to
that's
the
left.
Imperium.
Yeah, the Imperium is dangerous to Drinax.
No, it's not.
That's where this ship is from. What?
Why would the Imperium be dangerous to Drinax? The Imperium is benevolent, and I mean, it's just like it's a normal place.
Wesley, didn't your parents um didn't your parents you've ever had anyone who's just tried to control everything about you, how you live, how you work, how you breathe?
Yeah.
Do you think that's good?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't be here. I ran
Right.
away so I could have a better life.
So that's what the Imperium
No,
does.
no, not at all. The Imperium, the Imperium keeps us safe. It makes it so that there's trade and that people can be free and fly around. It's. I mean, my dad would tell me that after the long night, which he said was, thousands of years of just chaos and plague and destruction and death, and nobody was doing well at all. And then, 1,000 years ago, some great hero came and they formed the Third Imperium so that those planets that don't have, for example, food can get food from other planets, and those planets that need steel from one planet can get from someone else, and that by creating a strong trading network across the stars, then you wouldn't have planets just dying. And it's about everybody working together and sharing the resources and the technology. And so planets with lots of stuff can give it to planets with less stuff. And by everybody working together, then we all prosper. And that if we didn't have the Third Imperium, then so many planets would be isolated and lost, and sort of like some of these planets here in the Reaches. I mean, some of these planets are, I mean, they, they don't have a lot going on. And they're all by themselves. And they have nobody to protect them. And that planet number one we were at, they're all completely by themselves. And if something happened to their domes, there'd be nobody there to help them out. But with the Third Imperium, they help you out. They make sure that everything's all right, and they make sure that your grain gets from one planet to the next, and you'd be all right.
It doesn't have to be the Third Imperium, though. It doesn't have to be this entity that just controls everything. It doesn't have to be that.
But the Third Imperium doesn't control everything. It's just a polity. It's just. Have you ever been there?
The Third Imperium? No.
It's pretty nice. I mean, my planet's actually
Well,
not rich or anything like that, but I mean, it's pretty safe. Not like all the pirates running around here.
Wesley, I don't think that you should have to join the Imperium, and that's kind of how it is.
Well, but you don't. I mean, none of these planets have joined the Imperium. They probably should. If they did, they'd probably be better off than they are.
You know, uh,
I mean, I'm not leaving the Third Imperium. I left because my mother was terrible, and I couldn't live the life that I wanted to have there. But, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a collection of systems that want to work together. And they come together and they make something bigger than themselves.
sure, if that's exactly what it was, but the reality is that's the story they tell you. That's the story they tell you after they've taken over all of the planets and told them that it's that or else.
But that's not how it is.
But
You're not
that's
an
how it.
Imperial.
But
You
I've
don't
seen the
know.
history. I've seen the history, Wesley. Do you think I would lie to you about this?
No, I grew up there. I know the Emperor's fine. I mean, I've never met the Emperor myself, but I mean, this is without the Imperium, especially my planet would probably just be all dead.
You can't know that for sure. All you know for sure is that they're a part of the Imperium now. And because they accepted that, they have certain access. But they also
Yeah,
don't have the freedom to make their own choices about how they want to be governed or how they want to live.
but
They
that's
have
not
to live
true.
by the rules of the Imperium.
Yep, which was what we chose. We want to be in the Imperium.
Right.
I mean, why wouldn't we want to be in the Imperium? I don't understand.
Because you should be able to choose for yourself, because you shouldn't have to live underneath a bunch of nobles or people that think that they have some sort of right to be able to dictate how life is. That
I don't. I mean, our, our nobles is great. Doesn't do much. He's mostly like an ambassador, really. But I mean, he helps coordinate between us and the Imperium and make sure we get resources that we need and all of that. I mean, it's not really a problem.
can Terrica like access any records on the gambler that show like the war that happened?
Which war?
Because I,
There have been a
and
lot of
correct me if
wars.
I'm wrong here, right? But I thought that there was a war where the Imperium basically took over their space, right?
Which space? Because here's the
The
tricky thing: the Imperium is about 1,000 years old.
mhm.
Um, the Imperium now the Solomani don't have very good things to say about the Imperium. That's a whole nother situation there. They don't have very good things to say about the Imperium. But the Imperium basically was founded after there was a sort of like a big galactic collapse, and about a couple of thousand years of chaos, death, anarchy, and then they sort of like they formed this thing, and you know they are expansionists, but usually through trade, right? That
Mm.
people join them because if you join them, then you're going to get access to protection from pirates, good trading networks, right? There's all this stuff there. Now they've had certainly had wars. They've had at least 4 wars with the Zodani. There's had wars with the Aslan. There are a lot of other groups out there that are less. There's tensions out there, but yeah. Now,
Have they? Because I feel like this is part of Terrica's like
mhm,
propaganda that they've learned is that the
yeah,
Imperium is awful and bad, and you know, that
hmm
they will wage war on you, and this will be the end of the world. And I'm wondering if there's any sort of visual evidence that they could show Wesley of something like that
um,
that's on the
this
gambler right
is
now.
this is tricky because at this moment there have been some planets that have joined the Imperium on purpose. And so some of the places in the reaches have become Imperial outposts. They send naval ships through the area. to protect trade mostly, because it's not great if their trade gets pirated. They don't like that very much.
Who
But there
does?
is always, I mean, right, there's always a concern, right? One of the big concerns from Drinax is that you have the Imperium on this side and you have the Azan on this side. And if the Azan become a problem, the Imperium is just going to invade to sort of set up, right, as like basically war is going to happen between these two entities, and the Trojan Reaches are right in the middle, which means it's going to screw them over. And if the Trojan Reaches could become unified, there would be something in between those forces, and then the Imperium would not run through to try to attack the Azan. The Azan would not run through to try to attack the Imperium. It's just there's a lot of fear and concern about both of these polities just moving in because it's so chaotic, and for the Imperium, disruptive of trade, and for the Aslan, there's land there to take. So, yeah.
So it sounds like there's not something that Terraga could visually show Wesley at this point. Not really. Like, this is all the propaganda that lives in Terraga's head.
Oh, absolutely. But it's also a concern, right? Like it is a concern to be worried about. I mean, you could also have discussions about, again, but it's a little tricky, right? It's a little tricky. Like GDCO is technically not an imperial company. It's technically an independent company. Yeah, technically it is. It is founded by people who were once noble families from the first Imperium, but, that's a thing. And they are running through and they're doing a lot of, what would you say? Development. As it were, but by building space, high ports into various planets. And they are, however, wanting a return on their investment. And,
Of course they are. Of course they are.
Yeah, and but again, they're not technically an imperial company. So that's tricky. But if you are, and look, the Imperium has had civil wars. There was the crisis with the Solomani. They certainly did. I mean, they currently hold Terra as their own. They've invaded that area, but that area also declared its independence, and that just wasn't recognized. So there's a lot of fighting down on that side to sort of deal with. But there's been they are a very expanding and expansive place. They don't expand as rapidly as the Aslan, and they expand usually by getting planets to decide to join them for various economic reasons that may or may not be pressured. Sometimes there are wars and they take territory, but usually they're warring with other large forces, which is part of the concern right now because y'all are just in the middle of two very large forces that at any moment it could go off. And if they help you out, then you'll be under the Imperium. Do you know what I mean? Like if the Azan invade and the people in this place need help, the Imperium is going to come with naval ships, and then they will help out, and they will stabilize things. You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. And they will also...
Yeah, you're muted.
I muted myself so I could type. And they will also, I would think, expect then some reciprocation for that extension of effort that they just did.
Well, they would be an Imperial planet then, right?
Exactly. So this is the kind of evidence that Terraga is looking for, but it sounds like we don't have this on the ship right now.
No.
So then, in that case, then Terraga will, as they're like standing there, and Wesley is like attesting to how good the Imperium is, and Terraga's trying to be like, no, that you shouldn't be able to just be controlled by some other thing. This isn't what it looks like.
But every planet has a government. I mean, you've got to have a leader.
I mean, hopefully that's something that you all decide together and repeatedly. It's not something that you should just get because you are born to or be forced on because you don't. I'm sorry, Wesley. I'm getting worked up. It's
But
how about I'll tell you about. You asked about the King of Drinax earlier, and I can tell you about that in the morning.
oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. You didn't.
No, it's all right.
You
I
didn't
guess.
deserve that. I don't know how to.
So on
I don't know.
Drinax, do you have like a new government every 2 years or something? That seems very unstable.
No, Drinax isn't perfect either.
I mean, I don't want to have a new government every year. You know what I mean? New government system every year. I'd like
Well, what if you
like
have
some
the
kind
same
of stability.
system? You have the same system, but you have different people. That way, if somebody messes up, if they aren't a good leader, if they don't take care of you, then you can get somebody who is and who will.
But that's what we have in the Imperium.
You have nobility in the Imperium. It's all
Yeah?
genetics.
Well, not completely, but
What could you
if
be the emperor then?
me, probably not, but I also don't want to be. That'd be terrible. I mean, although I suppose technically I could if I assassinated the emperor and then got everybody in the moot to vote for me, then I suppose I could be the emperor. It's happened before in the past, but I don't want to assassinate anybody. I mean,
No,
murdering
no,
people's real
you
bad.
don't. No, murder is very bad. Murder is very bad. Murder is really bad.
I mean, I don't want to hurt people.
Wesley, I need the bridge.
Okay. I mean, but I mean, people get awarded noble titles for good deeds, and if you do bad deeds, you get it stripped, and
Wesley,
you're not a good lead.
bridge.
Okay. Good night. Wesley walks off.
Terica is just gonna like sit there and stare at Jump Space as their tea gets cold on the dash. And there's not a whole lot of emotion that crosses their face, but every so often they'll shudder and at least one point they will be like shaking so hard that they'll have to like stop and like will themselves to just sit in the chair. If there is an alarm that sounds, I think it's fair to say Terica would not recognize. It would take them a second to come back into this space where they are right now.
All right. Let's go to Quint. Quint, do you have a vignette for Jump Space?
Hi, yes, I just got a cat. Just all up in my face. All up in my face. So Quint's vignette. Quint is going to yoink Wesley for a little bit at some point during this.
Give me time of day.
Probably morning.
Okay. Is Wesley still staying in your room?
You mean Terica's room?
Yes.
Well,
but now there's an empty spot on the ship, so technically, Quint could get their own room.
I think just because we've just left, Quint is going to take the empty room just for these first 2 days, so Wesley can still be in Terica's room because Quint has to do a thing. So, it needs 24 hours for one of those things. So first, Quint's gonna yoink Wesley probably that first morning of Jump Space.
So Wesley's tired because he was up right on night shift, but then was relieved, so he's not gotten all of sleep. I was like,
Wesley,
Yeah,
Can I have your help with the project, real quick?
of course.
Well, as quick as we can make it.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it a present for someone?
No, it is not.
Oh, okay.
And I take him down to all of our scrap that is sitting in the cargo hold. All right, I need a pole or a hoop that is approximately between 20 to 30 millimeters in diameter. And we need to make it a total of 900 millimeter hoop.
Okay.
Get
All
looking.
right.
I'm going to look too.
I can
And
get
if
to
you don't
work
have
on
to
it.
find a hoop, we can get a pole and bend it. So
We'll make one. Why?
I need it.
Okay. Everybody's so weird right now. And Wesley goes off to like look through scrap.
And if Wesley says that, Quint will be like, I need it. I'm holding a small personal funeral service for a friend, and I need it for that.
Oh, somebody died? I'm so sorry. What happened?
They,
As he's like going through scrap.
Apparently, they were murdered about 2 years ago.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't get the news until we were on Acis, and well, then we were busy trying to get Taraka back. But now that Taraka's back, I can have a small ceremony. So,
do you want me to? Do you want me to say something? Or do something?
No. It's. I just need to make a hoop.
Okay. Hey, when my dad died, he died in a farming accident. Big machines, you know. It really hurt.
I've heard. Mm-hmm.
And it was hard, but I whittled a piece for him to remember him. And if you want, I can whittle something for your friend.
It's all right. You didn't know her. In the Cirque du Soleimani, we have very specific traditional funeral rites that we do. One of which is we do a small performance for the other members of the Cirque that is taught to us by by our predecessor. It was my predecessor that perished. So she taught me her routine, and I'm going to do it.
I've never seen the Cirque, but my parents would talk all about it. It's special. It's something that it's one of the greatest things apparently in all charted space for people who come from Soleimani space, like stock. I've always wanted to see one.
Well,
you know, the show.
I will show you a routine from Aladdin and the Pirates of Penzance. How about that later? Later this week.
Yeah, I think about it. You know, I've heard stories about, like the Wild Diamond, or the Mysterious Bridge, or Quintessential Viridian. All these sort of famous dancers and performers and whatnot.
What did you hear about that last one? I knew them. The Quintessential Viridian.
Oh, I heard they were new, and I heard it was like a big deal because nobody'd seen how did my dad put it? The Quintessential Viridian was reborn, reincarnated maybe. It's like a thing. Like my understanding is that the archetypes are reincarnated from like it's like they're llamas, I think, something like that. There's like a reincarnation process where like the new one is like a reincarnation of the old one, and there hadn't been a new quintessential Viridian in like a couple hundred years or something, but it was like a big deal that there was this reincarnation of this one. So that's pretty neat. I think that's kind of neat.
It's pretty cool. The Mysterious Emerald is the one who was murdered, and so I'm going to have a small ceremony. I'm going to do her performance, and I'm going to have, since what is the Latex Man left? His room has been vacant. I'm going to use that room for a 24-hour period of self-reflection. That is a very important part of the mourning practice, and then after that, I'll clean it up, and it can be your new room. How about that?
Oh, hey, you were in the Cirque?
I was in the circ.
So who were you? Did you have a name?
You don't have names in the circ, actually.
Oh.
It is the first thing you give up when you join the circ.
Oh. Well, were you a reincarnated one of them? A reincarnated archetype?
Maybe.
Oh. What's it
If
like
you
to have a
guess it,
spirit?
I will tell you.
Okay.
But you have to make. You only get 3 guesses.
All right. I'm gonna think about it. I bet you're
Take your time.
a bird because you're in space. So I bet you're a bird. I'm gonna think about it.
Take all the time you want.
So this pipe, I think, will probably work pretty well.
Oh yes, let's get to bending it.
I'll go get the.
We get the heat gun. Yes.
Yeah. All right. He goes off to
I'll
get
get
the
the
heat guns.
gloves. Go.
What about like an eagle? Maybe you're like the alluring eagle. Were you the alluring eagle? Is that one?
Nope.
Okay, I'll figure it out. And like gets to work on helping you make this.
Because we're not
hoop.
supposed to tell who we were in the circ, so.
No. He's got 1 guess now. He's got 2 more. He's come up with something
Yep.
good.
We got 2 more.
So, well, at least were you a bird? All right, fine. Eddie helps you to make this hoop, and after it's done, he's like, do you need me to do anything?
Nope, this will be good. I just have to climb up with the new attachment at the second carabiner up next to the silks. Hook this one up, take the silks down, and it's be fine.
You were architecture, weren't you? Okay. All right. I've got a second guess. You're architecture. Okay. I don't have it yet, but I'll figure it out. Hey, you know, Terica's acting a little weird.
Terica went through a lot on Tick.
Okay, I just thought I'd say it in case you wanted to, say anything to them.
I think they're going to be a little weird for a while. They've got a lot to process and go through.
Okay. Well, I guess good luck practicing.
Thank you.
What was your? You said Mysterious Emerald was your friend's name?
Yes, Mysterious Emerald was my very good friend.
I'm gonna make something for her. And he kind of rumbles around, and he's able to get some of gets like a chunk of wood that was sort of in the scrap.
Like a
sort of
scrap, piece of 2x4.
Yeah. And he heads off with it, leaving you alone in the cargo hold.
And then I will perform. It's been 2 years since. Well, actually, it's been like 4 years since I've been on the lyra hoop. Because it's easier to kind of futz around with some silk-like things than a lyra hoop. But Quint will do a warm-up on the lyra hoop, and then turn all the lights in the cargo hold very low. And then do the routine that Emma taught her.
And what's the routine like?
It is very bold. Emma was a bold individual, and that reflects very much in the routine that she created. It's a little daring, but it's got an underlying elegance to it all, despite the sharp movements and so many spins. A lot of playing with the centrifugal force of it all and swapping between movements. It's just a little 5-minute routine. It's beautiful, but if someone was to walk in, it would take a moment to realize that something was going on up there because, again, the lights are low because no one else is supposed to see it other than Cirque members. So.
And your arm no longer has that hitch in it anymore.
Nope.
Val took care of that. And that one hitch, it's gone. You have that fluidity back.
It's still weird. I haven't done this routine since not having a flesh arm there. So even though there's no hitch, it's still a little strange. But the routine's done. We'll rehook the silks up and go back down. We need Quint's making a mental note of needing to add a mechanical thing to lower the hoop down back to the ground. above the grebes. And
next
then we'll
part
go
of the funeral would be
the room that
well,
Mr. Latex Man was in.
well, the next part of the funeral would be you would be given a personal gift.
Yeah, I wasn't able to go to the funeral. So we're making do with the pieces that we can do
I see.
here. And I think all during the crafting, Quint would have been humming the song of mourning that would have been sung by the Immutable Tones in the funeral.
The end of this, you would get the name.
Yeah, I'm not there to get that either. I do tell Evan, though, that I'm going to be locking myself in a room for 24 hours of self-reflection as part of a funerary service for a friend, and to have specific food ready at the end of that 24 hours. And then I'll go lock myself in ye old Mr. Latex Man's room, which I don't think any of us have been into since he's left it, actually. I think we were like, bye, and then we just never opened that door again. So, yeah.
That's not true. Evan cleaned up the room because that's his job
Evan
as
cleaned
the
up the
steward.
room? Okay, well, thanks, Evan. I would have done it
And
if
if it's and everything's like put back into like a
Mhm.
sort of like normal sense. So, Val, do you have a vignette?
Yeah, I think that I actually rolled for this. Val rolled an 8 on his recon, so I don't think he would have woken up immediately when Tarika left. So whenever they leave, it'd probably be like that would trigger him to kind of like start waking up, and then maybe 5-10 minutes later he'd wake up, and he would look around.
What body did you wake up in?
I'm certainly hoping mine.
I'm just asking. I just wanted to know.
I guess it's a valid question in this campaign, but yeah, mine. So
Okay. Because you're in that kind of weird twilight waking space. For all I know, you could wake up in a different body.
I'll leave that up to you, but as of right now,
Just
he assumes he's in his own. Yeah.
Good. Just checking.
He's just wearing a pair of what would be the Traveler or Drinaxian hospital like scrubs, and he would roll up and realize that Tarek is gone. He would go over and not through Sue or his comm link on his arm, he would just check his computers that he always has set up in his makeshift med bay. And he would just check the readout implant that's in their arm to make sure that Tarika is okay and there hasn't been that they're not getting sick somewhere, or there's not some type of, effect that's, physical effect that's after the drug use, the psionic drug use. But
I mean, they've got elevated heart rate and pulse, but that's been going on, let's say since the drug use.
Right. So, I mean, as long as they're in like the more recent baselines, then he would allow them to have their moment, or obviously they left for a reason. And so he's not going to pry. But what he would do is, and this is kind of a montage of what he's been working on, as he would go over and again, doesn't call Sue up because this isn't really a Sue thing at this point, for reasons that'll be described in a second, but he would go over and he would like take a moment and hit the inner latches. He has to kind of like reach into the suit, and he takes him a good maybe minute and a half to pop off the right arm at the elbow. There's a bunch of catches and kind of releases inside. It's impossible to take it off from the outside, which is canon. So if I ever try to do it in the future, I read that you can't do that. So everything has to be done from the inside of the suit. And he's kept that part of this thing that he's been making.
Because you don't want your enemy taking those things off when you're in space. That would be
exactly right. Like introducing you to vacuum at the at an appropriate time. Right. So basically this is, I think this point, since we're way past the point of no return, as far as being able to reverse engineer this is when I will reveal that ever since they received all of the scout battle suits, Val has been liberally stealing components from all the other ones, or as many of them as he's been taking the tech, everybody. And because
So, does this ship now have only one functioning battle suit and all the rest are non-functioning?
well, I'll leave that up to you. He probably didn't need all of the components from all of the suits, but I would
just want to
probably
know.
say that there's one or two things missing from probably all of them, and then like 2 or 3 of them are really bad. They've got a lot missing from them. And
Noted.
right, and this in addition to the ports that they've visited that are all within the tech levels of what he is kind of. Trooper and I've told Trooper that I'm working on various versions of the suit as Val has time to complete these things, he and Sue. And so this first incarnation of the suit is basically ready. There's just one thing that he's working on that I'm not sure if I'm allowed to have because of, well, you'll see. So he wakes up and realizes that Tarika is gone. Detaches the right arm. This is the same part of the unit that has been made a little bit larger so he can fit his own kind of unit that's frozen to his forearm inside the suit, and it actually plugs in inside there. So he's got a lead that plugs into the general connector inside, so he can negotiate that from the outside of the suit. And yes, so much for having those suits. You guys are welcome. Don't leave Val alone. So anywho, I mean, I've been doing it for weeks. So
I am learning lessons here, man.
Right. So I mean, unfortunately, it's been happening for quite some time. I couldn't turn around. I'm past the point of no return. Okay, so he takes the glove and he puts it on, so he's just wearing the glove, and he hooks it up to an independent power source that he has there. It's actually one of the fuel cells or the fusion cells from one of the other suits, so he can power it independently of the rest of the suit. And as he's sitting there, he has like his glasses on that he uses like probably for like vascular work and stuff like that, but he's working in some of like the lattice, like the really fine like microscopic lattice that's all on the outside of the arm. And he doesn't say this to Sue, and he really doesn't say this to himself, but he is addressing someone. I'm not even sure Val knows who it is, and it's probably someone that he wants approval from. But again, this is just one of those things when you talk to yourself. And Val looks at it and says, well, let's see how well I did. And inside the hand, he presses the middle finger against one of the reeds inside of the glove.
Make a roll, why don't you?
Sure thing. What do you want me to roll?
Depends on what you're doing. Mechanic would work.
What about electronics computers? Would that work?
If you're working on that, if what you're doing is an electronics computer situation, then yes.
Yeah, because he is integrating a new system into the okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Can I get my bonus for the computers I have on hand? He's not using Sue. Yes. These are just okay. Because Sue is, I'm assuming he's giving Sue extended rest every night now, just for purposes.
Sure, that's what's happening.
Sure. Whoa, there we go.
Yes, absolutely. Continue on.
So he triggers, like it basically feels like a little like a nubbin inside the finger, and he presses it, and it presses in almost like a packing peanut, like it just kind of pops in, and his arm disappears. And he looks up and he looks through where his arm would be, and there is a kind of a wavy distortion of his own face as he puts the hand up in front, and he closes the fist and opens it, but he is a perfectionist, and he is, I'm assuming, Trooper, happy with the work that he's done here as far as...
Sure, except for one thing.
What's that?
You feel like some of the work was done before you got up. Like...
He's been getting used to the like the what are they with the cobblers, elves, the ones that do the work in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Just that happens sometimes. with Val, that sometimes Val has something on his mind that he wants to get done, and he might go to sleep thinking about this thing, and then when he wakes up, sometimes work has been done on that thing that he was thinking about before he went to sleep.
Right. And so with this, the
Very
last
good,
of
though.
his
The work's
right.
good.
With this, the last of his upgrades for this first incarnation of the suit, he smiles because he can heal, and he can hurt. But this is something almost like a hybrid of those two. This is a creative process born from the destruction of these other suits. And so it checks off both of his boxes. So he is very, very happy. He's damn near giddy if Val can, you even have that feeling. And so when he does that, he hooks it back up, takes the lead off of the independent power source, hooks it back up to the suit, and he steps inside, which the suit automatically kind of spreads and pulls around him to the back, and his face lights up inside of the mask. And he inside makes sure that the connections are once again put on for the right forearm. He goes and looks over at the polarized portion of his wall that can turn into a mirror if he needs it, and he does call up the mirror, and he again depresses the middle finger, which is a deliberate finger that he picked, presses the middle finger and disappears.
In the mirror, right before you disappear, when you're looking at yourself, for a moment you think you see Sue rather than you in the mirror. Just like a brief moment. Like two images overlaid on top of each other.
The funny thing is, that doesn't bother Val. If it ever did, it certainly doesn't anymore.
I'm sure it doesn't. I'm sure it's fine, I think.
I'm sure it's good. But inside the now invisible suit, he is very happy with what he has created, and he decides to take it for a spin. And so he opens the door, looks across the hall at Severance's old room, has a weird pang of something, shakes it off because he's giddy, at least that's what he thinks he is, and creeps through the gambler.
And of course, up here, the corridors are cramped and your suit is big, so it's awkward. You would probably not want to get into a fight up here, but if you get down to the cargo bay, then there's a lot of open space. Full of a bunch of crates, but there's a lot of open space for you to move and to do whatever it is that you wish to do. What do you do when you get down there?
He's going to test, because that's what he does. When he's not a killer or a healer, he is at heart a bit of a scientist. And so you can't really learn much unless you field test it. And so the easiest thing to do, and he believes, with the heightened sensibilities of the Grebes, he would like to see how close he can get to the Grebes before they notice him.
Give me a roll. I believe this will be your stealth roll, I believe.
It is a stealth roll, and I get to take off the damn thing that makes me not get -3 on it. Hold on.
Also, I believe you're using your vac suit, and you do not yet have your vac suit skill.
Right, that's the other thing I wanted to ask you about. Yeah. We should be able to roll for that this time, shouldn't we?
What have you been? We got to check to see what you're learning. Probably. I've got to pull it up because I've got it on here to see what you've made your 8.
Alrighty. Well, I'll just leave it on there then. Okay, because the stealth gives
you don't
me
have
4
8 yet. Because you've been working, you've been splitting your focus, but
it was only 1 week that he did. What was it?
Science, robotics, and steward.
Science, robotics, and steward. Oh, okay. I forgot that was science, robotics. All right, I get a 4 on this one. No other bonuses, but it also is going to take the 3 off. So let's see how this goes. This is the first test. 7.
Let me roll for our grebes to see how they are. You know how they can be, grebes.
Mhm.
As you're sort of
That's pretty close.
pretty close, as you're moving upwards. Oh, pardon me. I should roll one more die because you are somewhat So it's a tie, because they're on a bane for that. As you're moving forward, the grebes are sort of there, just being slightly menacing as they always are. There's a bucket of raw flesh that's just out of their reach, outside of their pen, that had been put there probably by Wesley when he was feeding them. And the grebes sort of moving about. And they seem like just regular, normal sorts of creatures. Nothing strange about them, of course, at all. And then one of them ticks their head and goes to look in your direction. Doesn't seem to see you, but they sense something. And you can see their ears twitching, as if something dangerous is in the room with them. And you can see them begin to get that kind of unease that animals sometimes get when they've, being taken to the slaughterhouse or something like this. There's they're agitated. Let me put it that way.
Well, if he wasn't giddy before, the thought of agitated, fearing for their life grebes, that does it. And so with a huge smile inside the suit, he would retrace his steps, go back upstairs and into his room, deeming the entire venture a success.
You're still pretty tired when you wake up, yeah? And that's been a problem for Val.
It's been that way since medical school.
So it's not really a problem. It's just how it is. Yeah, that's normal. And you in this suit now with stealth technology, you unpack it. Our crew continues on for a week towards Acis. After 7 days, the alarm goes off, and the ship has given the 30-minute or so warning. You are about to arrive at Acis. All hands on deck. And of course, at this point in time, Kareen gets to her battle station. Everybody comes up to the bridge to get ready just in case. Things are not good when you emerge out of jump space. And the captain's seat is open.
Terica first goes to sit in the pilot's seat. And they full on sit down, and then they rise back up and stand near the captain's chair. They're not going to sit in it, but they'll stand near it.
Wesley's there, and he's like, "Oh, I should get down to the engineering." And Wesley sort of scampers out down to the engineering room, because it's a little awkward. And everybody looks at you, Captain.
Yeah, Val would come onto the bridge smiling. Maybe there is even a fucking skip, right into the whoo as he walks in. That was some pretty good time. Nice flying.
Yeah. Good. And Terica will start to take them through the paces to enter Acis. And because don't we need to call the port, and then we'll need to actually fly in? I think they would be the person to fly in, though. I don't think they're going to hand that to anybody.
Well, why?
So, yeah.
Let's think about that one for a minute, shall we?
I'm only good at making invisible robot killers. I can't fly real well.
You know.
Could I get
Oh no.
a sensors roll?
Oh.
because unless you don't care about finding out if there are pirates waiting for you or anything like that, always need a center's roll.
No, I think Tarika's rolled this before, right?
Mm-hmm. Somebody has. Let's see,
Sorry,
odd or even.
scrolling. There it is. Feels good.
Okay.
Is it good?
When you emerge, right, the jumpable collapses, and all of that sort of iridescent white just shrinks into like the blindingness of darkness. Now, at this point in time, if anybody were waiting for you, you would be, for most ships, a very big, obvious arrival, because coming out of jump space is real obvious. It's very hard to not be seen for quite some distance, except that you have a stealth jump drive, so that when you come out of jump, people do not know you. It's very difficult for anyone to know that you are there. But
We're not flashy.
you're not flashy. You are, however, not at the 100 diameter jump mark. You're at 111.
Oof.
Not as precise as you could be. That's not as precise as it could have been. And you're about 8 hours earlier. You've emerged from jump space about 8 hours early. It's fine. I mean, I just wonder whether the Elane is more accurate than you were. I suppose we'll just find out next time. But as you emerge from jump space into Acis, and you are heading in, it's not when you see again. You have never seen this, Tarika. When you arrive in jump space, there are a number of ships all about. They are. I'm going to get this for you so that you can see it. Let me select all, and I'm going to just send you here. I want to go. I always forget how to do this. Just going to send you there, all. Whoop. No, that's not what I wanted. I just want to send you to this map page.
Well,
Here we go.
you're
I got
doing
it.
that.
I got
There's
it.
something I forgot to call out. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Please go ahead.
Oh, Tarika wouldn't have forgotten this. Ari totally forgot this. But Tarika would have spoken the words of mourning into the sun, or into the same direction where the Drinaxian sun should be, kind of question mark, because jump space question marks.
Yes. What does that look like?
It's a simple, you stand both feet facing forward, both hands down at your sides, chin up, and it is probably about like a 5-minute long poem. It is the same words every morning, and it's all about your shining the light of who you are into the sun and having that reflected back into the people, so that your light may never die.
That's beautiful. Do you do this every day in jump space?
Yes.
And what do you do about... you've got all those cremated bodies.
Those stay tucked into their room. They've got all those tucked away. And because they utter the words of mourning at night. They hold on to their brooch and they wish it good luck before they fall asleep. And then they wake up and they can't sleep. And then in the morning, they speak the words of mourning into the same direction every morning.
And so, as you arrive on Acis, I think can you see the map, the Acis page? Great. I am not seeing it. I'm not there, so I cannot show it to the audience yet. But I know I brought you there because I made it. But it's fine.
It looks amazing.
Thanks. So it's not a very long journey, right, from the jump spot to Acis. I wish I could just pull it up. I don't even know why it's not there. But it's not a very far journey. Like it's a pretty it's a pretty good. It's well positioned. And as you arrive into Acis, it has 2 stars, and you're at the main star, and you're sort of flying in towards the planet. And as you see, there are a number of ships in this area. There's like a well, you can ping it with your you can ping its transponders, the general stuff, right? So there's a large Zodani military naval ship that is cruising on its way through. There are a number of trade convoys with armed escorts. There are small far traders. There are big far traders. If you look at all the ships there are a number of Aslan ships, a lot of Aslan ships. I have a question for our captain. Could you give me a roll?
What kind of role would
No,
you like?
not yet. I'll get the roll later. I'm going to just
Oh, God.
poke that a little bit later. But there are these Aslan ships that are flying around. Some of them are aggressive ships, at least the style. They're armed, styles you've seen before. All have trading ships. Aslan. There's a lot of Aslan ships here. A lot. There's some Imperial ships. There are not as many, but there are some making this way through. There are just some reaches ships, trading ships, small ships, large ships, but it's a fairly busy space. And as you sort of move in, the ping comes up with the welcome video. The welcome packet comes up with your hologram to let you know all about what's happening. And the planet itself, as you get closer to it, most of the planet is dark, except that you can see the brilliant lights of cities, but all around right where the high point and the high port and the down port are. It's a place that clearly doesn't have a lot of industrialized or sort of main massive places outside of this one central place. And that is where you are heading. And you get the call. Captain, please give us your bearing and we will give you a place to land on our high point. Welcome to Acis, gambler.
Bearing 315.
I'm going to need you to make your piloting roll. At a Bane.
At a Bane?
Yep.
It's them drugs.
It's the drugs! They're
Oh.
getting me. I was wondering when they would hit. Wait, is it the drug? Oh, it's not the drugs. This is the staying.
It's
This is
also
the
the
not being
drugs.
able to sleep. Okay.
Oh, it's a lot of things, actually. It's
Oh,
many,
God.
many things. It's many things. You've got a lot of going on right now, as a matter of fact.
Oh boy.
no.
I was going to not offer to help just because of my past, but
I mean, Terrica would accept co-pilot Val if
I-
co-pilot Val offered.
a co-pilot Val would tentatively offer and then help if allowed to.
Co-pilot, please roll first. You're not at a Bane, by the way. So,
Thanks.
yeah, you're not at a Bane.
Make sure I'm not at anything. Okay, I'm normal.
Mm-hmm.
I can use my +1 for Sue, right?
If he has the program, right, because he can only currently run 2 at a time, right? The program that you have.
Let's leave it off because I actually
Yeah.
don't remember what I have.
I think you have
I have
security
medicine and
medicine.
yeah.
Terrica will double check everything that Val does, though.
How fucking dare you?
Mhm.
Then you know what Val does? As soon as he realizes that they're doing that, everything that he
Mhm.
was going to do right, he does like off just by a little bit, like just so they have to say until they're like, wait a minute, and then he goes back, like, if it's point
Yeah,
2, he goes to point 3 and
They'll give him a look, like, and that's going to be the extent of their like, I see you.
and then he goes back to doing the right thing, and then I'm going to roll and crash us all. Here we go.
Oh god.
Hey!
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm so
Can I get
happy
a-
with myself.
Can I get a medicine roll from you, Doc?
Ooh, a medicine roll. This is the one I'll fuck
Yes,
up.
please.
Okay. Now I can take a 1 for this one, right?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Hey!
Look at that. I'm as good a pilot as I'm a doctor
Hey!
today.
You are.
Congratulations.
Did
You look over to Tarika to see how they're doing as you give help and aid. Tarika, you will be getting a bonus to your roll, which I'm sure you will not need at all. You'll be getting a +2 to this roll. That
Hey.
is, however, at a bane as you're flying in. And as you're flying in, everyone's on the bridge. Everyone is relying on you, Captain. And off the side, you can see this Aslan ship coming towards you, or just maybe flying out of system. Kind of reminds you of a ship from before. They're these sort of Aslan ship, a lot of them. And it's been a while since you've been in the captain chair. When was the last time that you were captaining a ship?
Well, that was right before it got captured by the Aslan.
What system was that?
Ooh, remind me. Tarika would never forget this,
It
but
was
Ari
this one.
totally just did. Okay.
It was
Oh,
Acis.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
So-
yeah, it's great.
Oh, I see. So the last time you flew into this system, your ship was attacked by Aslan ships. Just like that one over there. What happened to your crew?
They're gone.
They're gone. What does that mean?
Tarika prepares a null jump. They're not going to execute it, but they're going to prepare it in case they need it.
See, that you said they were gone. What does that mean?
I don't know. The Aslan were supposed to chase my ship, and instead they just got on board the actual spaceship and dead, I assume, but maybe worse.
Val, Tarika's a bit sweaty. Just a bit sweaty. Could you roll your piloting, please?
Here we go. Whew.
Val, Tarika's a bit off. They still fly brilliantly, of course.
As well as I
But-
can, right?
Yeah, but they should be flying
Fuck all
better.
y'all. These are dice.
But here's the thing. You know that if you had not been helping, it would still have worked, but this is not Tarika's. Tarika's better than this. Tarika's off.
They're not on their
Tarika's
A
sweating
game.
a little bit. Tarika,
Well,
I need
then-
to tell you something. Just between you and I, before the doc says something, I just need to tell you. Just they don't need to listen. But you know what would be really great right now? You feel a little off. You feel a little off.
What if I have drugs?
You feel less sharp, less aware. You need a lot of awareness, and you know what would really fix that problem.
Drugs.
Indeed. Yeah, you're just feeling like you still got all that power. You know, you still have it, but you're feeling off, and
Oh, I still have the power?
you do, for now. You still have it, but you
It's a
don't
long
feel.
time.
Yes, it is a long time. It's one of those things you're like, I'll just get high and it'll be done. Still there.
Well,
But
Ari,
you don't. But you don't feel. You feel like you feel off. You don't feel as sharp as you could be. You feel like something's wrong. You feel a little bit sluggish, a little bit tired, a little bit. You don't feel great. Like you might have a mild cold, maybe. And if you just took those drugs, all of that would go away. Could you roll endurance for me?
Yep.
And I need you to roll
Have I
endurance. It's been a week, right? You get 7
Oh, awesome.
endurance back. If you've been
So I'm
resting.
back to my base.
Wait, have you been resting?
No, Terica has not.
Val, I need you back.
I was going to say, can I help with that? Yeah, I can help make that better, can't I?
Oh yeah,
I just would
Terica
like to
probably
point
would
out
have asked for something to
that
sleep.
Terica's not
Like some
been
drugs to help
resting.
them sleep.
Terica needs bed rest.
Okay.
I mean, Terica probably would have asked Val for something to sleep, to make them sleep at some point.
Terica needs bed rest. Terica, do you bed rest?
No. But
Val,
I
Terica's
think
not
they
going
would
to
have
bed rest.
asked for something.
Yeah, going to sleep at night is not the same thing as a full day of bed rest.
Oh, this is true. No, I don't
Yeah.
think they would. I don't think they would do a full day of bed rest unless there's
Val?
some forcing function.
Sure. So this
Terica
we're
doesn't
flashing
want bed
back a
rest.
little bit. So we're inside
Yeah.
jump space now. Okay,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We have to know what's going to happen here because I need to know where you're at.
I need you to. Okay. 6 days ago, I need you to sleep. I need you to lay in this bed for an entire day.
What? No. There's
That's
stuff to
you're
do.
not
Things
allowed
need
to.
to be taken care.
And guess what? They'll be there tomorrow.
No. Great. Val, I can't
Why?
sleep.
I don't need you to sleep. Just lay there.
Just lay there
Just lay there.
with my thoughts.
Or without them, I don't care. Just as long as you remain lying there, that's all I need from you. I can get you a book. I can get you a drink. I can get you a drink and a book because I'm feeling saucy.
Look at you in your saucy pants.
I've had a good week.
I'm glad.
Well, I will have a good week. Since
Yeah,
process.
when did you have a good week? Like,
I think this
Everything's
week's going to be
coming
really
about.
good.
I've got this sinking suspicion. I mean, excited suspicion.
Right.
Yeah. But look, Val, I'll try, but honestly, I just
You don't have to be anything other than motionless. I expect nothing more.
just
Inactivity.
motionless.
Just
That's
motion.
it.
Yeah, that's it. You can be pissed at me the entire time.
I will.
Great. Just make sure you are pissed lying down.
Will you give me something to sleep,
No.
please?
If somebody hadn't been hopped up on psionic drugs, I would gladly give you something. But
Fuck you.
like, that's exactly what Severance has told me in the past. But we can't have this. We don't know what that new body is going to be okay with. I mean, you can roll your eyes and get pissed at me all you want, but I'm being honest.
So this is how we figure it out.
We test drugs on you?
Sure.
Oh, then I tell you what, my first test is drug free, and it is
That's
the
not
motionless
a
test.
first test. That's a bullshit.
That is the first test.
That's
You
a
didn't go to
bullshit
medical
test.
school. You have no idea. I don't tell you how to fly as well as I can by going to flight school,
Oh.
but
As well as you can.
well, I have a feeling in about 6 days, well, I'll be flying as well as you do. Just lie down for a day with your thoughts or without. I could care less.
As if. I think Terica would attempt to lie down, and they'll probably last a couple of hours before they get back up and are moving around again.
Then you have not healed.
Nice try, though.
Unless you give a full day bed rest, you're not going to get any endurance back.
I just don't think they would right now
Oh, there you go.
without some kind of drugs to be able to make them do that.
So they wouldn't have rested the entire time. They wouldn't have taken a day.
No, yeah, not unless Val literally sat on them.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. So let's flash forward then to, if that's
Yeah.
okay with Trooper, where we were. Then this is
Absolutely.
what Val says with his incredible bedside
Yep.
manner. Val turns and looks at Tarek and says, "You're flying like fucking shit.
Fuck you.
You look like shit. You're flying like shit. And I wonder why."
Fine. Take a fucking day of bed rest. Happy now?
Well, we can't now because we're not in jump space and we have to fly into a high port.
Great. I'll do it next time we're in jump space.
I don't believe you.
You probably
This
shouldn't.
fight's happening on the bridge in front of everybody. Just noting it. Just noting it.
Do we have enough people to have a crowd anymore? I mean, it's
all
It's me and
4 or
Corinne.
5 of us.
It's just me and Corinne.
Yeah,
Because Wesley's in the down
He's
in
in
the
engineering.
he's in engineering.
We're all
Val
Corinne and I
definitely
are
wouldn't
just
have
on the
censored
guns,
himself.
and we're like,
Yeah,
I
Val
don't-
definitely didn't censor himself.
I don't think
Tweeting
Terica
things.
would have censored themselves either with where they're at right now. They would have said exactly what they said.
The two knife people in the corner are just noting all that right now.
Are the ones
We're just
without
like-
knives in this conversation.
this gun's calibrations are
Yep,
good.
it's very good. This gun. Mm-hmm.
Maybe go through
Yes.
names.
I'm just working on
That's
some
right.
calibrations here.
I'm just working on some calibrations. It's fine.
Just,
All right, Garrus.
and so you fly into the high port, which is, by the way, it's a very nice. It looks pretty new. Really, sort of a nicely upgraded B-class high port. I need to make a couple of rolls as you make your way in to this high port, but I wouldn't worry about them. I'm sure they'll be fine. This one
I'm not.
is for this one right here. Mm-hmm. This one here is for this one. Interesting. Great. That's all I need to know. You arrive. You are given a nice berth. And here you are, and you have to pay for it all. Here you are at the Acis High Port. You have not been here, Terica, but the rest of the crew has. It is very efficient. Everything is very efficient. They're going to get you in and out. But of course, you've got the berth for the whole week. You have passengers to let off, 3 of them alive, 2 of them not alive, and you have some grebes to also disembark from your ship. I don't know if you want the second one. Terica, Quint, I don't know if you want the second one not being alive.
No,
you had
Terica
one
did
that-
not.
No, we
about
don't
that.
know. I don't know
Yeah,
about
yeah.
any of the passengers in the low berth, to be honest.
Yeah. You just need
Terica
to
knew about one that got really sick.
There was 2 that got really sick, according to the logs that are impeccably done.
Yes.
And
As
all the
captain,
bodies,
you would see those.
right, and all the bodies have been disposed of properly, as one does whenever contaminated with sickness and plague. So,
Murder and poison. I mean, yes, no, right. Sickness.
I mean, who would think that?
Nobody. Not Terica.
So
We still have
Captain.
Trooper, I got a question before we
Yeah.
go any further, because I never got an answer from either of the 2 lovely ladies that were carrying the 3 children that were.
Yes.
They said that they had just taken them with the kind of strong position being that they had either abducted or bought them or something of that nature. Correct?
Or lied. Yeah, I would say abduction is probably the most accurate.
They're probably trying to sell them into slavery here because that's what you do in the
Mhm.
rural bits of Acis.
Okay. So Val is going to wake up all of them before we land.
I need you to make some rolls as everybody is coming to.
This is why I saved my luck, because this shit is not easy. Well, it's easy, but it can be bad. So I get Sue for this. I'm assuming 3 medicine checks just for me to
Mm-hmm. That is
revive them,
correct.
right?
Yep.
1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, damn it. 2. Wow. Did I do something wrong with that?
That seems
Whoa.
quite unlikely. Uh,
That is
why
a
do you have a
gorgeous
plus 11
roll.
mod?
Oh, well, that's probably the problem. So take 10 off that, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
14. Okay.
Okay.
I swear I put 1
13.
in, but it must have read
Yeah. Turn off that. Yeah.
and 10.
Okay.
Okay, so I should be all
Um,
right.
they get a minus for if they had bad endurance or were on drugs and suffering from cravings leading towards withdrawal. They would have a big, and if they've also been injured and not healed themselves over the week, they would have a big negative to coming out of low birth. Luckily, that's not the case because they have not done that. So you're able to get these 3 kids out of cryo sleep, and they sort of like stretch and wake up, and they look about right as they're brought out of cryo sleep.
Hey,
Hey,
I told you it'd be fine.
thanks. And they sort of like, and it's stiff, right? You know, like they've been in cryo sleep for a whole week, and it's stiff, and they're getting to climb out, and they're like, where's our moms?
That's a problem. They had to go on ahead. So
Oh,
we need to send you all back to where you started. There was a big change of plans, and they knew that they could trust me. So I said I would take care of you all and get you home. So the one thing that we need to know is, where do you guys want to be dropped off?
yeah, but we have to go with them.
It got a little dangerous, I think.
And you can see like one of the little younger one, they're getting a little nervous because like maybe they're feeling like they're going to get in trouble and something really bad might happen if they don't go with these 2 women.
Everything's perfectly fine. Perfectly
And
fine.
the 13-year-old goes, yeah, but we're supposed to go with them?
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't go with them, we're going to get in trouble.
No, you won't. I can promise you that. I was told to make sure that you all got home. And he puts an emphasis on home because he knows that they know that these aren't their parents. And
Mhm.
so,
And you
wanna
can
go
see
home?
them exchanging glances at each other. And there's fear in their eyes. And they
There's
look
no
at each
wrong
other.
answers here.
But and they seem really uncertain what to do, right? Because they're being told
Mhm.
something by you, but they've also been told other things earlier. And so now they're not certain what they're supposed to say. And you can see this like deer in the headlights sort of look with them.
Val sits down on the floor and got kind of like crisscrosses applesauce and kind of indicates that they all should sit down too. Sit down, stretch your legs. Literally, you all need to stretch them.
They sit the little kids. The 13-year-old is sort of protective of the 2 younger
Mhm.
siblings, the 11-year-old and the 5-year-old.
Anybody stiff anywhere? Anybody back stiff or
Just
leg
a
stiff?
little.
Okay, just stretch it like move it around, get
They start to stretch. But
the blood flowing.
somebody really our parents are here. The oldest one says.
Where are your parents?
They're here. We were told so. That here that we
You
get to
meet them here?
yeah.
When was the last time you saw your parents? Your parents.
We were told that they were here, and if we didn't, something bad would happen to them.
Let's do this. What planet are you all from?
New Moscow?
Okay. I've heard good things. Do you like it on New Moscow?
Yeah.
Do you have family on New Moscow outside of your
That's
parents?
where, well, our parents, we've got grandparents, but these nice ladies came and they said that there was something wrong with their parents and that they had to take us to them here.
And you didn't see your parents? Where did they ask you about that?
School.
Okay. And they told you to tell, like me and anybody else that would ask, that they were your parents, to be safe?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I gotcha. Well, good, because that's the story that they told me. And the story that they told me was your parents are back on your planet.
Oh. How far have we gone?
Pretty far, actually. Are you
Where are
familiar
we?
with Acis?
No.
He would pull up a map on like the hollow on his arm and show the pretty substantial difference between
Oh.
there and here.
We just woke up on Marduk, I think it was. And then we went back down again when we got on your ship. They moved us from one ship to the next. They said it was because there was danger.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, good news. No danger. You're perfectly
Okay.
fine.
So our parents are back on New Moscow? They're not here?
Yep. And Val presents his left wrist and holds it out to the 13-year-old. Press right here, and he puts the finger on the pulse.
Okay.
You can tell when somebody's lying by doing this?
Oh. Okay.
Feel it for a second. Feel the rhythm, kind of like a song. Feel it. Now, if you ask me a question that I can't possibly know the answer to.
How many moons are there on the main planet in New Moscow?
I know for a fact that there are 3. If he hits 3 right, he's completely lying.
That's not true.
Did you feel it?
I guess.
Put your finger back there. Ask me if you're safe.
Are we safe?
Absolutely. Because anything that would want to hurt you has to get through me and my buddy.
Who's your buddy?
Sue. And Sue would materialize by the door.
Okay.
That's my buddy Sue.
Hello. Okay, so what happens now?
We take you home.
Okay. So, do we go back in?
Do you want to go back in?
How long will it take us to get back home?
I don't feel like a second for you all, but don't you want to go get something to eat?
Yeah?
Get something to drink?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Sue, do you want to get something to eat and drink?
I'd love to.
Okay, no smoking around the kids, though.
And this little holographic cigarette just dissipates. All right.
Sue has a bad habit, everybody. I'm sure you can smell it on him.
He's a holograph. We can't smell it.
I know.
Holograms
Here,
don't smell.
let's get something to eat. Who feels like milkshakes? Have you ever had a milkshake before? Like a real milkshake? You have. Let me wait a minute. And he holds out his hand to feel the pulse of the kid that raised their hand. You tell me the truth?
The kid doesn't think they're lying, but also maybe they don't know what a real milkshake is. You know what I mean? Like they might think they've had a real one.
Well, no matter what happens, he's going to hold the wrist and be like, well, you have had a milkshake. Huh. I stand corrected. Do you all like Crash Jones?
Yeah. Crash Jones is great.
Do you know I know Crash Jones' personal friend?
You don't.
Are you kidding me? He walks over and cues up the thing. Wesley, we have some Crash Jones fans down here that don't think that you know who Crash Jones is. Could you come down here?
Oh, we know. Of course. And Wes is going to sort of head down there for you all. These kids, if all of y'all end up heading out into the down port, to the high port, the station itself, there are a lot of medical clinics up here. There are people to sort of take cargo and gear in and out. It is a very, very high-tech space. There are a lot of Aslan travelers and passengers about. There are a lot of people coming in and out. There's, a lot of folks wanting to see who's coming in and going. Let me ask you all, what do you do, all three of you, this week at Acis? Also, Tarika, you're at a -1 to all of your rolls
Gee, I wonder why.
until you
Wonder
take the
what
drugs.
poor decisions could have done that until I take the drugs.
Mm-hmm. If you take them again, you'll be fine.
I mean,
You are turning
Tarika-
Ari into a drug addict because you know what they're going to do.
I just honestly. Well, here's the. Can they find them? I don't even think they know where they are. They're hidden right now,
They
right?
don't know
Val
where they
had
are.
hid them.
That is correct. That is correct.
Yeah. So they would have to.
Mhm.
Well, they have other things to tackle,
Okay.
including getting Wesley to a clinic that is actually good. And
We found one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Mhm.
Yeah, perfect.
On the station, not in the middle of the outback.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Tarika would have, unless Quint talks about what severance that Tarika doesn't know about, that unless Quint tells him Wesley about the money from the ship, Tarika would give him the 50 credits that they found, 50,000 credits that they
50,000.
found in the lab for the surgery, and then they would be there to meet him outside with the bucket load of Crash Jones that they took off of the pirate guy for
that's right.
like his
Yeah.
recovery. They'd be like, "Oh, look, I got you this." Like,
Well,
know.
I need you to make a roll. I need to know if anybody else is going to go to this surgery clinic.
Val's 1,000% going to be there.
I will get Corinne another bottle of alcohol to make sure the professor doesn't get himself killed while I am there.
Fine.
I love that you're protecting this so much.
It's my job. I was literally told make sure he doesn't get himself killed, and I'm like, okay. It's so hard.
And I imagine Wesley's going to take care of those kids a little bit before they go into surgery. I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to have some other questions for y'all, but I need a roll. Let's say we're at this clinic up on the high port. Oh, I do have some questions about what you want to do. Val, what do you do with the grebes and the women?
The women are gone.
Wait, did you throw them out into jump space? Because that's
Or
pretty
have they been fed
dangerous.
to the grebes?
No.
The thing is, you
I-
have them in their records, right? So what do you do with them?
The records I report that there was plague, that they passed away in low birth. He checked all the boxes. He had a couple weeks to do all this and make it look right.
Mm-hmm.
He also gives a clean bill of health to all the kids and says that,
Mhm.
while they were traveling together, it's time for these kids to go back home to their family. And that as a physician, he takes responsibility of their well-being. And he does sign Valentine Morrissey to everything. He doesn't try to...
Do you return the bodies?
Those bodies are gone. He burned them up, and as soon as we left jump space, he based them.
What do you do about
grebes?
the grebes?
I leave that up to anybody else. I'm a doctor, not a shepherd.
Quint doesn't know we're supposed to get rid of the grebes on
Oh,
Acis.
Tarika would
Quint
know.
is just like, we have them, I guess. I don't know.
But both of the people who were supposed to have these graves are gone.
That is correct.
So they would
Mhm.
wait, and they know that these people were doing some sort of drug trafficking,
Yes.
obviously,
That is
because
correct.
also drugs, because
'Cause the
great,
drugs.
drugs are amazing.
Mhm.
Also, Tarika probably asked Val a bunch of times for the drugs. I assume his answer
I'm also
is
going to
no,
note
but
that
they would
grebes are
ask a
pretty
bunch of times.
obvious. The grebes are not in a metal container.
No.
They're
Right.
big carnivorous
And they
animals.
were expecting Greaves to be delivered here, I believe.
Yes.
They
That is
were.
correct.
We don't. Well. Wait. Were they? Because
Yes.
Yep.
We're
With
gonna
the
take
ladies.
these.
With the
We're gonna
people.
take these Greaves with us. I think we don't have to. We can sell them at the next place. We've had them on board forever. We might as well keep them on
Poor
for
Wesley.
one more jump. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a good point. We don't have, because they wouldn't want to raise the flag because they
They're
are
good body
tied to
disposal.
these dead I mean, they are. And they're cute, for a carnivorous being sitting in our hold.
It's a
Thanks, everybody.
little nerve-wracking performing my aerials above them, but it's fine.
If Quinn asks Terrica to get rid of them, then
No, Quint doesn't know
we're gonna have a
why
problem.
we have them or where they're supposed to go. Quint is just... I imagine Quint might have an idea, actually,
okay.
now, since I'm now the purser, and I have, like, the access
It's
to
in
the
the records.
papers now. I'm
They're
like,
supposed to go to. They belong to those
so
people.
yeah, Quint was probably the one who brought it
okay.
up. What are we supposed to do with the grebes? What are you going to do with them?
No, we should keep them to the next jump. Those.
So we're just not going to fulfill this contract at all whatsoever.
The drugs. They came on the gribs. So I think that whoever
are there more drugs in the living grebes?
No, I don't think so. But I think it's probably best if we don't raise any flags with whoever is supposed to be getting them.
All right. Are we having grebe steak in next jump space?
No, we could still sell them at the next place.
All right.
I'm sure. So someone has to want them, right?
If Val's around, Val would say sure.
My only concern
At the
is... okay, never mind.
Please go ahead.
Terrica would just say, my only concern is if someone was expecting them to be on the Gambler, we need to be ready to answer the questions. So we can just say that there was an illness and the remaining grebes were part of our payment. Right?
Sure.
We've been here before and nobody's approached us about them, so.
Oh, right. You were
here. It's a very fast turnaround, but yes.
Okay. Well, so let's just keep them till the next, jump. Val, are you sure I can't just a little bit? It would really help.
No drugs. I walk away with that.
Please.
No. When you're out of this, we're going to have a conversation about how you begged me for drugs and I was a stalwart friend and said no. And in this moment where you're thinking that I'm a prick, in the future, you're going to be like, he's the greatest person in the history of the galaxy.
Right. Sure.
And I'm going to agree with you. Right. And you're going to sing a song about me and I'm going to blush. Bullshit. I'm just telling you, I predicted the flying shit, didn't I?
Well, all right, sing a song while I repair the outside of the hull. And Terrica will about face and walk away.
It doesn't bother me as much as you think it should.
At Wesley's clinic, you're waiting. Wesley's in surgery. All three of you are there. It's very wholesome. I'm going to need an endurance check from Terrica, if you don't mind. -2.
It's not great. Oh, why did I have to have a character that's... No.
I need you to roll 3d6.
Were you supposed to roll that with a Bane? Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. But you might have turned Bane off.
That's true. I did.
Yeah.
I did roll the first one with a Bane.
So roll again.
Normal?
Just roll 1d6. And we'll
1d6.
Yeah.
Well, marginally better.
So, hold on. What we'll just do is you'll get the first two.
Yeah,
you have to re-rolled.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to, because you rolled a 3 and a 2, which is the same number, basically. Because the third one was the third roll, which was the Bane or Boon die, was the 6, which just didn't count. So that's still a 7. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was just making sure you wanted to tick the thing off. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, I have ticked it off now. No.
You needed an 8, and you rolled, and I had you roll 3d6.
I could spend luck on this. I have luck.
Could spend 1 point of luck.
I'm going to spend 1 point of luck.
You need 2.
I'm gonna spend 2 points of luck.
Great. Please take 5 points of damage. Oh, I'm sorry. By the way, that was an endurance roll, so you did your negative for the endurance, right? Great.
Yes, I think so.
Uh,
Did I have my negatives in there?
It doesn't look like it.
No, I did not. Okay,
Yeah.
so how much luck do I need to not
You're
die?
at -2, so that you would need to spend 4 luck
Okay.
to not take the full 11 damage as you start hemorrhaging.
All right, we'll do that.
Okay.
Oh my god, this is so bad.
Please
That's why you
take
should rest.
This is why I
5
should have
damage.
rested. 5 damage.
First off your endurance, then second off of anything else, either strength or dexterity, depending
When
on
you're
your...
in drug withdrawals, you should rest.
Mhm. Yes, if you'd rested, this would not have been as much of a problem, I don't think.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think it would have.
If you do psionic clones, or you do psionic drugs, and your new fucking clone, you should.
You should really take a fucking rest today. Bum, bum.
How are you at, by the way? Tell me where you're at.
I am at 1 endurance. I did not
for
have to
fuck's
kill
sake.
any other stats. But I'm sure Tarika looks not great right now.
Your psionic strength has gone back down to 6. Where were you at? 8 now? Is that your new number? 8?
9.
9.
Because
So
I
it
had
was at
3 with the
15.
brooch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was 9, now it's 8. Your psionic score is permanently reduced by 1 as you come off of these drugs. And it starts ripping through your body. There's some blood coming out of your nose. And you're waiting for...
And this is in the clinic, or we're on our
Yes,
way to
it
the clinic?
is. Yes, it is. As you're waiting in the waiting room.
Val's going to commandeer a surgical suite.
They
Wesley.
are injured, but you cannot find us. I mean, you know it's the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's the drugs. I suppose they're going to have medical care now, huh? Bed rest at this point?
They're going to
Yeah.
treat the symptoms because they can't treat the problem.
Yeah.
And so going to stop the bleeding,
Hydrate.
all the while staring directly into their eyes as he's working and kind of, like swirling up just some like coagulant inside the nose and everything, and just staring.
Yeah.
I know.
So, you have a week here in port. Tarika's probably going to need to recover in the hospital for that week under Val's care.
This is fun.
How many times do you want to say sorry? Do you want me to say sorry? What do you want from me right now, Val?
I don't have a figure. So
Great.
right.
Cool. So
I am waiting on my song, but I know that's coming within a week or 2.
I'm also waiting on my song for the gambler. So, turnaround's fair play, I guess. Sorry. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve
I know. See, that's step 1. That's almost like the first verse. I'm
Shut
sorry.
the
I'm sorry you were
fuck
right.
up. No, I'm not saying that.
You're not going to say it. You're going to sing it in about 2 weeks. But that's okay.
I swear to God, Val.
Don't worry. I'm already here. I'll take care of everything.
And
This really hurts.
Quint, what are you doing?
Well,
this
I make
week.
sure Wesley gets back to the ship all good. And then I, aside from babysitting the professor, Quint would for the week do some ship stuff and do some personal stuff. How much free space do we have in the cargo hold?
Not much, unless you want to put it in
I
your
know-
hiding. It's
Yeah, I know we don't have much. No, we put all the spare parts in the hiding things to give us
Yep.
ourselves more space. So
We also have a pod in the hidey thing, too.
yeah.
okay,
yeah.
so all but one of the hiding things
Yeah.
is our spare parts to make us have more room. But how much room do we have? Because if we could pick up some freight to take to number 1, which is our next stop, I'm sure that would be free money on the way.
good.
So
All right.
probably try to pick up freight for any vacant space that we have.
Yeah.
And also Quint wants to do a bit more digging into the news articles and things.
Cool.
Because I only had 5 hours to do that last time.
Yeah. Can you make an intellect recon roll for me?
I'd love to give you an intellect jack of all trades roll. Yes, this is for the info gathering.
No.
This is for this cargo.
No.
Oh no! Oh god! Oh no! Oh, I hate this. Okay, I don't know what it's for, but I realized once it's not for those 2 things, it's bad. Okay.
Yes. Yes, it is.
8. Do I need a 9? What do I? Should I spend luck?
Let me see. Yeah. So you need a 12.
Fuck!
You need to beat a 12 is what you need to do.
I need to beat a 12?
Whoa.
I can't beat a 12. I don't have that much luck. So I guess I'll
Excellent.
just let it lie.
Good.
Okay.
Excellent. Perfect.
I hate this.
Ah,
Cool.
excellent.
Lovely.
As you all sort of deal with your business, in the shadows, there is a strange, mysterious figure who takes a couple of notes and then says,
Oh no.
"We've got eyes on the rogue agent. We know their ship. We'll get them. We want to find out if they have any collaborators." And, my friends, that is the end of our first half. We're going to let these folks... I rolled my spy roll. You were not arrested, but there are spies here. You've been clocked by someone.
I love that. Well, if they're looking for a rogue agent, it could be 2 people. 3 people. 3 agencies. It's fine. It's fine.
We don't know which one is looking for Quentin right now, but
They didn't have a strong Solomoni accent, but that doesn't mean much out here. So,
Because they're undercover. Anyhow, we are going to end the first half and go to break. When we come back, we're going to find out what's going on in the Elane. So these 3 are going to sort of be off, having sort of taken care of some business on Acis. And when we come back, we're going to find out what the Elane is doing. Everybody give them love. Give each other love real quick before we go. Where y'all go.
I love Lindy. I love Trooper. I'm annoyed with Ari.
I take that as a sign of
everybody.
honor. Thank you
I
so
love
much.
everybody.
You're going to have some problems still with those withdrawal symptoms. You could solve all of them by just taking more drugs.
Tarek has been asking for this the whole episode.
Yeah.
I mean, they do bad things for you when you do take them, but also,
Drugs.
anyhow. Yeah, drugs.
Get you a
Drugs.
drugs.
Do you do drugs, Danny? Every day. Then what's the problem?
Ari, how about you? Give some love.
Wow. The mourning rituals that you went through, Quint, like the detail of them and the specificity, that was such a gorgeous piece of world building that I really appreciated. It was just this like beautiful, especially the like, no, this happens in, nobody else can see this because only Cirque people can see this. Like the detail that happened within it, that was not just the culture of the Solomani, but also the culture of the Cirque and everything else.
That wasn't a Solomani mourning ritual. Solomani funerals are different.
Love it. Love it so much. And Trooper, just the way that you played Wesley so true to like, oh, the Imperium, no, it's good for you. Like, this is a good piece. Like, this is really like, they do all of these great things. And isn't it wonderful? And Terrica's got all this propaganda and it was just like,
yeah,
fantastic. And also the amount of pot stirring you did. I do appreciate your attempt to get Val to save Terrica with bed rest. I just couldn't.
I mean, I knew you were going to come off those drugs and have to take a really difficult endurance check, but, you didn't need to rest. It's fine.
No. I mean, technically their endurance was at 6. Like they didn't feel awful. They just, their head felt awful.
Yeah. It's not over, by the way. mean, the drugs are out of your system now, but the cravings are still there. So
Isn't that fun? I wonder if
Yeah.
Terry can find them.
the withdrawal is
that'll
going
be
to keep
interesting.
going for a bit.
Val
And,
just spaces them.
You're going to be getting more negatives. You're going to be more irritable. Be more difficult. Your role's going to be more difficult for a bit.
Yep.
But you can solve all of that by
tracks.
taking more drugs.
I'm trying. Terica is pro drug right now. That's
Yep.
Yep.
The one thing I want to add real quick too is before we go, there is a patch of like 20 by 20 or maybe 10 by 10 in the cargo hold that Val brings in dirt and a grow light. And while the kids are traveling with us, he's going to teach them how to farm.
Oh, is he going to keep the kids awake for the entire trip?
Yeah.
All right. I got you.
For now.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which means
For now.
the kids are going to need a room, which means I think that Wesley
Sorry,
doesn't have-
Wesley. I tried to get you your own room, but
It was a good effort. I think as
It's
long
a
as
plus
Val
effort.
will let them, Terica will just stay in the other bunk in Val's room.
Wesley and I will bunk up in Terica's old room.
yeah. You'd have to go figure out the logistics. You've got 3 awake kids now, a 13-year-old, 11-year-old, and a 5-year-old who, well,
Every night, holographic campfire down in the cargo bay, just so you know.
Does anyone want
Okay.
to learn gymnastics?
yeah! Oh, you got 3 kids.
These kids deserve it. They've had a rough go.
Yeah, no, they've been
true.
kidnapped.
It's true.
It was real bad.
They deserve
They were
so
kidnapped.
much. So much.
They
But
didn't
also
realize they were
love
kidnapped.
for you, Greg, with all of the just like, oh man, freaking destroying all the suits and making an invisible suit. Just my hat off to you, sir. You've been playing this long game and you play the long game so well, and I love it and hate it at the same time. So, I guess the annoyance is like mutual.
You blame Trooper as well. I have a partner.
I should always
You don't
take
think
some
Trooper
of the
wanted
blame.
an invisible suit for Sue? Are you kidding?
I mean,
Right?
this only gets better or worse. I don't know. One of the two. Also, this blood is driving me crazy right now.
Lindy, give some love.
It's me, Laugh Love Lindy. My love. I loved Terica getting increasingly more irritable as the drugs wear off and the withdrawals begin. And I like how they keep asking, and Val and Quinn are just like, no. Absolutely not. Like there's zero temptation from either of us to be like,
First thing we
"Oh,
agree on.
no drugs." just be like, no, like absolutely not. Like there is zero way you could convince either of us to be like, oh come on, just a little bit. We might be like, oh okay, no. We're both just like, absolutely not. No,
I just feel like
just
a
tough
little bit
it
with
out.
tiny violin. No.
Adam.
So I loved that. I
I'm
loved
just
that we were on the
saying,
same page for that. And let's see. I liked how you rolled well tonight, Greg, and how much joy that brought you. Being like, I'm just gonna pilot a Terica tonight, and it was great. It brought me joy. And my love for Trooper goes to the agent, who I don't know if it is. My bet is due to the timeline of things, it might be the Imperium, because I was with Chaz and that whole broadcast was very big. But it could also be Solsec or the Cirque. I mean, what? The Cirque totally doesn't have secret spy type people. That would be absurd.
because they're
I don't
just an
know.
entertainment group.
They're
Not a weird cult.
Group. Nope. So I can't wait to find out which group it is that's found Quint. And I hope I also got some nice news, or at least more news, because I had a week to look it up. That's my love. I just love all the shenanigans. And Wesley finally got his surgery.
Wesley got his surgery and was not kidnapped by traffickers who were going to
No,
sell
we
him to the
saved
glorious empire.
4 children from traffickers.
So far,
technically.
yeah. Does that count? Can we offset the number of people we killed with the number of children
Sure.
saved?
Sure.
That's how that works.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
perfect.
Okay, I'm glad to know. Yeah, and I can't wait to actually have some kids on the ship to teach shit to, because I think that'll be fun.
Oh, we should not let Terica near them right now.
No, be like
Ooh.
Fallon and Quint and Wesley.
So
Not
this is the
creative.
bridge.
Us three
This
are
is
gonna
where I
hang out
sit
with
and
you
pilot.
guys.
You don't have any drugs?
If you
Listen,
guys
go
can
into
find
Val's
some
room. Somewhere in
drugs.
Val's room.
Let's play a game. You're looking for a bag of powder, and you're going to bring that to me without telling anybody.
Love it. So, my friends, I'm going to get this crew of this ship off. We're going to take a 10-minute break, stretch, and drink water. And when we come back, we're going to find out what the Elane is doing. And
Love you, chat.
We love you all. We have we'll see you in like 10 minutes, everybody. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome back to the second half of episode 9 of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I'm very happy to have the crew of the Elane with us. There are 3 of them. They're delightful. One of them is a Bwap and a newt person. And I have just only joy and love. Oh, wait, sorry. You're going
Bwap
to
is
Agma.
short for blit ass. Never mind.
Yes, I have to take off my the jacket because you're gonna pass through Agma, and Agma they're
Dogmas, they hate jackets.
they do they're not fancy.
I get
they
it.
don't they're not.
They hate that place.
Yeah. So
I hate jackets too. I'm just
Hi.
wearing this to punish myself.
or you're awesome, but if you would for me, say who you are, say who you're playing, and you're going to be in jump space for about a week, and so what wholesome self-improvement are you looking forward to in this week in jump space?
Wholesome self-improvement.
Yeah, I just said that because everybody in the other ship were like strung out and messed up, so I thought that adding the
Okay.
wholesome part would just be stirring the pot to poke
Thank
at them. So I just a little poking. Rocket.
Yes, hello everyone. It is I, your second favorite person, Rocket Fox. You can find me in most, if not all, of the places. If you look me up by my name, I'll be there. If you say my name 3 times backwards, spinning around, I'll be there.
How would we pronounce your name backwards if we wanted to?
Well, I can't say that. That would just make it too easy.
All right, well.
I can only be in so many places at once. My God. And yes, I am this evening playing the Harlock, who is, well, maybe a Zodani spy. I don't know. Neither confirmed nor non-confirmed. And wholesome activities for the week. Well, I think there would be a decent amount of playing Go with our new pilot friend, because Rocket the player, cannot help but. And then I think also, though, to pull up my stuff here, I think might be working on a little hand-to-hand, and trying to like improve that a bit, because she, unlike certain other people on the crew who are not the pilot, who brought all of their stuff, she did not bring all of her stuff, so she's kind of a little bit more limited to what she's able to work on.
All right.
Right,
Okay.
I brought everything.
I
Gollum.
think that
Sorry, I had to look up his name.
maybe there was a reference to you there. Perhaps.
Maybe.
Cord. Who are you? Who are you playing? And what
Yes.
wholesome things are you looking forward to getting self-improvement, or looking forward to in this week in jump space?
Wonderful. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I stream sometimes. I upgraded my computer this week, and which is exciting, except for the fact that I think my power supply doesn't fully power all of the new components. So why does that make sense right now, and why am I bringing it up? Because sometimes I'm hearing and like the audio is stuttering. So if I need to ask people to repeat themselves tonight, That's why. It's frustrating because I thought I was helping my computer. In fact, I'm not. Anyway, I'm playing Captain Baron Severance, or Admiral Captain Corsair Baron Severance. He is a runaway clone, or a clone that we figured out last week. He was a clone that was left on Drinax to sort of just stay away and not interfere with Duke Marymore's plans and projects. And well, Severance is well, I guess the seed or the apple that doesn't fall too far from the prime genealogy, where he now is trying his best to make a name for his own self and try to create his own identity by pretty much talking out his ass until he gets to the top. And he is working on something wholesome. What is he doing that's wholesome this week? I mean, he's probably learning how to play Go. I think there are some times where Gollin, because I mean, like, once you sort of set your and forget your coordinates, that's I don't think I wanted to. I don't think like Severance wanted to play Go and learn how to play this game, but I think that Gollin wouldn't stop pestering him. He really likes the game. We get it, Gollin. But he's also played a lot with the Harlock so far, and sometimes it's not fun playing games with the Harlock because the Harlock knows what you're gonna do. So it's sometimes it's like, wait a minute.
To that end, real quick, also, I don't foresee the Harlock or Severance either as being people who would bring a lot of pastime activities along.
Right. Yeah,
so
exactly. So we're
literally
like
all there is to do is play
Go.
Go. It's the
right,
only
exactly.
thing that's
Where we're
there.
like, well, we have nothing else to do. Usually there are things to do on a ship, and this one has everything.
Point of order: it has a very nice bar. It has an entertainment. Like this is a yacht for a very rich person. So there's a nice bar. There's a nice sort of entertainment center. It's really only in the bedroom, the main bedroom. It's really for one person, but you know.
Question though.
Hold on.
Is it like an entertainment center with no DVDs, or like you have to bring them along with? We just have a nice entertainment center.
Oh, right, yeah. It's just like it has, yeah, right. It has a DVD player.
Like there it is.
It
looks
like,
real
I
nice.
should have brought some. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just sitting there staring at the TV, being off.
This would have been nice if we thought about it.
Been real fun.
Yeah.
Is the bar even restocked? How long has it been?
Right. Dusty bottles.
Yeah.
So it's some 3 maraschino cherries. Cool.
Yeah. Right. We've got
but there's a whole full stocked bar. The main bedroom is
I
really
take it back.
nice.
She's practicing drinking.
It's practicing.
Oh,
I think I'm getting good at this.
But, all right, it's fine, I guess.
Hey, listening to the screaming voices of everyone around you is a lot less wholesome, though.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. So, when last we left off the crew, both of you all went your separate ways, with this ship going in advance towards Drinax to take care of business, jumping from Tick directly to Ogma. So this is going to be about a week more or less, one would say. Let me ask you, as you are in the sort of the iridescent white of the jump bubble, I would like to ask for a vignette. What are you all doing in this week? I'd like a moment to see what the week is like for you all, and I'd like to start with Rockette. Give us a glance into to a moment of the Harlock in this jump space.
I think you would see either, if any point you looked in, you would see one of two things. Either the Harlock practicing like punching, likely on just a wall somewhere. I don't think she really has a lot of respect for this ship. She does, as far
really
as the ship.
Nice.
She does not have respect for the niceness in terms of the owner, the previous owner. So
please stop punching the ship, thank you.
I will not.
This is a small ship. I can hear you punching the ship.
Fine, I'll stop. Punch.
I heard that.
And you would probably feel it like reverberate throughout the entire ship, like
Right, exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's like, his head in the other room is vibrating off of the wall.
just oh god. And when not doing that, which would be probably most of the time, to be fair, would be sitting in the bar, just sitting there staring out the window.
By the bar's in the the bar's in the main room.
In
right?
the main room.
It's
then,
well,
then
it's
sitting
in the
there wherever it is.
it's in this. Well, it's in. Well, let's ask some questions. There are 3 rooms on this ship. There's the main stateroom for the person who's rich and famous and noble, and then there are 2 side rooms, probably for the engineer and the pilot. All the entertainment and bar, that's all in the main stateroom. So who's sleeping where?
Restate that. Sorry, I had some
So
cut
there's
out.
2 smaller rooms. There's the main stateroom. The main stateroom is where the bar and the entertainment center is.
Okay, that makes sense.
I listen. The Harlock is in at the bar. Like
Yeah, no
Severance
matter
can
who's
claim
there.
that.
I think that's exactly it. I think he claimed the.
And she's just there.
Yeah, and you're just like there. Like I'll probably like wake up and you're like there drinking, and I'm like, what the?
He goes to sleep. She's there drinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he claimed the master bedroom, but like with the bar or whatever the entertainment center is still being used by, obviously the Harlock. I don't know if Gollin probably is like, I'm not comfortable enough to just walk into the admiral's spot to do that. But I feel like the Harlock would probably just not care.
There would be times though when Severance
Gollin's in a suit.
wakes up.
Gollin
to
sort of like
him.
stays in a suit because they need to be
Hydrated.
wet.
Yeah.
They need to be hydrated. Like if they're not in a very, very wet environment, it's not good for them. So they're in a suit that keeps them humid.
Severance starts waking up to Gollin and Harlock drinking and playing Go. Just real early in the morning.
So it's time you want to play.
This is
I think I know what you did. Let's play again.
Boop boop. Little clackies.
Severance, let me have your vignette. We're using Good Society rules. Vignettes.
What's the vignette? I'm sorry, one more time. I'm so sorry. This audio thing is
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Give us a sort of a vignette of what your character is doing throughout the week. Give us a moment in the week in Jump Space we want to peek in on Severance.
Yeah,
Severance
like what is he doing during this week? I think Severance is fixing his audio. I think Severance is throughout the week he is probably trying to write a speech for it's like he's writing a letter or typing out a letter on his tablet to as if it would be teleprompted, right? So he can like read it as he's having this to the King of Drinax and just being like, yes, your Majesty, we are from the Gambler. And he said, no, that doesn't work. And there is just, there's several, I think, moments of that. He'll go over to the bar, and then if the camera is like following and stuck on him this whole time, we have the Harlock and Gollin playing Go in the background. And I assume, and like I feel like hotel minibar is like happening where it's like it just has enough to get by decoratively, but also is a full bar. So like maybe there's like a tiny little marble countertop and like maybe a tiny rack of where the glasses hang. There is a probably a half already like a half drinking already open flat bottle of champagne, probably not by my computer's about to restart and you're not gonna see me for a second. Actually no, you will, but never mind. I have my other computer is gonna shut down and I won't see you, but you'll see me. So I'll continue as if nothing happened. As if the bottle, there it goes. So the bottle has like already been drank. It's probably flat because the Duke or Marymore has already opened it once before, but that's like sort of nestled between are nestled in like wherever that alcove would be. The camera sticks onto Baron Severance as he sort of walks through the through the master bedroom here to then make his way maybe over towards the bar to just get some water or to get some sort of drink. Maybe it's water, and then he just like puts bitters in it or something just for flavor. Because ship water is disgusting. I mean, it's chemical. And it's usually full of like some sort of salty mixture that to keep it sort of clean. But it's definitely you can still taste it. Or like like has anybody ever been on like like Amtrak water where it's like this tastes like chemicals, or like an airplane water that's sort of like that. But I think he probably comes over and dashes some flavoring, whatever it may be, into it. Trying not to have it alcoholic. I think there's alcohol and bitters, but whatever. As he then makes his way over towards the pile of tablets and begins to start typing up and deletes probably the couple of lines that he had and starts over again. Your Majesty. And that's sort of like on repeat as he is like really stressing out about this meeting. There are moments where he does sort of walk around the ship and start to explore a bit in more of like a deep cleaning way, as if he was inspecting it like the mother-in-law, the mother-in-law from hell that comes over and just doing exactly what you would probably never do, but you think she does, and of course start inspecting every little floorboard. I think he does that at some point as he starts like trying to press on some panels, seeing if like where the loose ones are, and just doing a real deep dive, inspecting the ship, and then just internally appraising it for himself. But there is a moment where he does begin to sit down where there would be probably access to to this ship's computer. Not sure where that would be, whether that is the cockpit seat, or whether that is or whether that would be a separate communications seat. As he goes to log in and sort of peruse and explore.
And you can do that from. I don't know if you heard that.
That sounded dangerous.
I was like,
Did not sound great.
Outside of
that sounded. That sounded like people got hurt.
I don't, or somebody's drag racing. But
okay, I hope that's what happened. Because on my end, it sounded definitely like combustion from a barrel of a gun.
Yeah.
You know what? It's fine.
You know what? Okay, all right.
It's fine.
All right.
Okay. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine. They'll be fine.
Wouldn't even. Yeah. It's
okay. Okay, we'll know in 10 minutes whether or not.
Yeah, if we hear sirens, then we'll know. So the ship is actually not as small as your Viper, right? It's actually
makes sense.
It's about half the size of the Gambler. It's about the size of like a small trade ship, but it's just made for speed without weaponry for rich people is really that's what it's there for. Because, rich people like flashy, very expensive Maserati, Lamborghini type of things. That's what they're into. I guess, that's their style. I'm pulling this up for you all in a tick is what I'm doing. But it's
I've got the map up right now, so I can sort of see.
And I'm actually dropping what do you call it? I'm dropping the
beat.
I'm dropping the maps onto our
nice.
Roll20, so I can pull you there so you can see it. Now, you all are going to be traveling for a week, which means that you do have the ability to go and study, do things that are sort of well done. I'm curious, as you have this week, what is the vibe? Your pilot is very happy to play Go and take shifts, make sure that somebody's up at all times, and is pretty pleasant. But what is the vibe as in this with only 3 people in jump space with nowhere else to go for a week?
It's sort of like 3 people or 2 people and a stranger.
Yes. Yes, it
in like
is.
an Airbnb for a weekend, for a whole
Mhm.
week, right? I
Yeah.
mean, like we have a room. There are 2 other little rooms, yep, and
Mhm.
then 1 bathroom,
Mhm.
1 tiny little like 5-foot round table that is where we would eat.
Yep.
And one game.
And then 1 game.
Yeah.
Yes, one
And an
person. It's like
entertainment
going to the
center.
pool house or going to the Airbnb where they only have 1 game. You're like, well, you want to play Connect 4 again? Okay, I guess.
And
Which
No
I
DVDs.
wonder. You're no TV, but a very nice entertainment system. My God,
Right, it's true with no DVDs.
I wonder too. Food wise, what's the situation? Because I know on the Gambler Evans normally is there just snacks? Are we just eating snacks? Like,
Yeah.
well, there's
Girl
an
dinner for a week.
there's an
Hey.
entire kitchen there, and normally if you were a rich person, one of those 2 people that you hired would also be the cook.
Huh?
we didn't really do that though.
No, so you're gonna have to cook yourselves.
Oh,
Did we
boy.
bring any ingredients? I mean, I don't imagine
Oh,
there'd be stuff that's there from 15 years
I
ago.
really hope that Newt people enjoy the same food we do. It's going to get real awkward soon. Want popcorn
They
again?
do.
I mean, that's all we got.
But I mean, I imagine you've got some basic supplies, is what I imagine you've got. But you're gonna have to cook.
Me in college.
Yeah, because you don't have a.
Ramen, popcorn, and maybe pizza.
It makes a very elegant dish.
Yeah.
That three ingredient
Top
combo.
ramen, excuse me, not even real ramen.
Yeah.
Got some
and,
Pop Tarts.
Yeah, but Pop-Tarts with ketchup.
Can I ask who's cooking? For
Severance.
backstory reasons.
What did you say?
And one of them was that we had an entire feast made by the admiral's dinner.
I
So
think
who's
that
cooking.
if Press Harlock would say just because he had made that dinner before, so he seemed to really like. And I think a lot of the times he probably does seem to like doing it more so than the Harlock does.
Right, and also that other time where he was like, we're having a meeting, and he made a dinner. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really shitty, but he did it.
Yeah, I think for the most part, the Harlock is somewhat avoiding him, even though the ship is small and there's 3 people.
Right.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, if there's any conversation
There it
about
is.
like,
That's what you're for.
if there's any conversation about like, hey, do you need to use the bathroom? I'm gonna be in there for a minute.
Very like just
That'll be
one-
a conversation that happens.
yeah. Yeah, it's like it's very short answers. Right.
I imagine like playing Go would sit there playing, and then Severance, hey, so do you remember? Sarlacc stands up and just turns around, and walks away.
Huh.
Uh,
That is interesting.
that sounds not at all awkward.
No.
Gollum's not gonna have any idea what's going on.
Did I
So,
what am
Do I
doing?
offend?
Yeah, what have I done?
by the way, I've got it set up so I can now show you all, our dear audience. So here is the Elane, and if we zoom in, I put you all there, right? So this is their ship, right? It's very fancy, very nice, fast. But if you look at it, there's not a lot of like most of this is almost all of the ship is in fuel, right? And so you have this really lovely, massive stateroom right over there. It's very nice. And then you've got these 2 smaller rooms. And then you've got a nice, kind of tiny common area. And this is the cargo hold. It holds almost nothing. It holds basically rich people's luggage is what it does. And then you have your bridge up there. So, yeah, and this right here, that number 3, that's the 1 bathroom. Well, sorry, there's a private bathroom. You've got some private bathrooms inside each stateroom. But I'm just trying to tell you is this ship is all fuel, all engine, and 1 ridiculously large stateroom with a great entertainment center, and then 2 smaller rooms for the help. So it's kind of hard to avoid each other, and so doing so is a little awkward. Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. I will fix that. Thank you. I will fix that. While we were there. Yes. So, give me that moment as I fix this camera situation for 1 second.
Which moment?
You go. So you were here on this place together, and I want you here. So, do you avoid each other the entire moment?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the whole time. Well, at least Severance isn't.
The Harlock.
The toilet just sitting in the corner of the room.
I see.
I mean, to be fair, if it were my stateroom, I would probably have it like that too. But
It is, right? But it's got it's probably got a curtain, is probably what it has in that
I like the
moment.
feeling of someone could walk in at any moment, meaning, like,
yeah.
and also at the
It's
same
not the
time,
throne for no
the
reason.
Harlock is still just like walking in at any moment having a drink. I am trying to pee. Which one? The one right here? The one up by this? Oh, there's a second one. Oh no, that's not it. What is it?
There we go. I fixed
That's
it.
the other one.
I
fixed it.
So there's just one
Yeah.
here. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
But you do have another one here, right? You have another one right up there for anybody, right? Random people. And then,
Yeah.
So, there's
Water
not-
closet.
yeah. No, actually, you know what? I feel like that's probably the only. I
The
think
only
number
one.
3 is the only bathroom. I think this is probably a desk, is what you probably got there.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh,
I like that too.
that makes
Yeah.
sense.
The water desk.
Yeah. Yeah, a little water desk. Yep.
There's the water closet in the water corner.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, and just noting right here is the luxury stateroom with wet bar and entertainment system. Right there.
Not that you can use the water desk.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Yeah.
the water desk is all for Severance.
So, I suppose it's gonna be awkward for the week.
Yeah, for a good chunk of it. Yeah.
Great.
There is moments where the Severance, like I think Severance, the Severance here, this is Severance tries to like play it off as if everything's fine. Like he's still doing his thing. He usually does this on the other ship where he just sort of meanders about, inspects the place, goes through the ship inspection, and then goes back to his bullshit. So it's not, but I don't know. I think for maybe midway through this, couple days in, he maybe I feel like there's a scene where the game just got finished between Gollin and the Harlock of Go, and Gollin's just finishing up packing the stones into his little pouch and packing and folding up the board, and turns to Severance and asks if he wants to play. No, thank you. As he okay, and then begins to finish the packing up, and then sort of dismisses himself. And this is at the bar, as Severance then is his seat taken.
You can take it wherever you'd like.
Right, here will be fine. As I sit in the stool that doesn't move, as it's fastened to the floor of the ship, and he sort of spins in its seat and just sort of sits there and goes, "Why were you so eager to travel back to Drinax and not captain your ship?"
I am as much a captain of this endeavor that we're on as I am of any one particular ship. Besides, you are correct.
That would be admiral, and that's what I do.
You'd be correct in that we haven't reported back in some time, and that is problematic, especially considering I am the outsider of all this. It would simply not have made sense for me not to join.
That is fair, though you're not the most outsidiest of outsiders. We do also have Quint, who is a spy, by the way. How do you feel about them? Because I don't trust them at all.
I think that we're all in it together.
We don't have to be. At any moment, I
No.
will space them. I'll have Val do it. Val will probably want to do it.
Well, that's... Val. That's a problem for later.
Hmm.
Mm.
Val being a
Yes.
problem, or Val spacing anybody if I ask them to?
Well, no, certainly we need to have people spaced at various occasions, but no, Val being a problem later. You've certainly and at this point, since the topic is on something specific, she turns to and faces him fully. I'm sure you've noticed he's been behaving strangely.
Yes. I mean, so have you.
I beg your pardon.
I mean, so has everyone else. Tarika as well. We've all been on edge.
Well, that is true. However, he's just so you weren't there because the Tick-Ticks had taken you.
I was attacked. I was attacked. I was a tick-tick.
They're
I was a taken.
and I think she would laugh at that. They are,
As
in
I'm
fact,
fumbling over what how to say it.
fairly deadly. And she, at that point, she indicates the spear because she did get like hit with a spear. So she's like,
What?
"Yes, they are particularly deadly."
Scratch.
It was not. It traveled maybe a foot. Like they are very weak. They are very. Yeah, it was not.
It was an aggressive poke.
Yeah,
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
but you would notice that there was
Oh.
like it wouldn't have gone through the subdermal mesh, but
Yeah.
she did pull it out. So,
Yeah.
but yes, while you were taken,
Thank you.
we were all in psionic space still, and I'm sure you've noticed Val's arm.
One with the
stone-
robot stuff on it. Yeah, it's full of tools and things to help him with surgeries and stuff. I assume it's like a utility device.
When it's turned into a gemstone, Severance, his arm
I
turns
haven't-
into a gemstone on occasion.
I have
You've not
noticed
noticed this.
I
You've
have not noticed that. Is that
You've never
that-
noticed that.
On occasion, it turns into a rock.
Well, now he's starting to go up his entire arm. It looks like he's been carved out of emeralds or viridian or something like that.
No, I whoops.
Well, regardless, it's so.
Irregardless.
Irregardless,
Mhm.
there's actually a seed of a being. The planets, not all of them, but some planets actually have giant living giants basically on the inside, and the viridian's actually a living being. And Val has one of these in his hand for some reason that he won't let go of, and he's insisting upon keeping it in his hand. And that was originally the seed of Drinax, and he kept it in his hand so it couldn't turn back into Drinax.
Well, then that explains why he is on this mission with us.
Well, he didn't always have that in his hand. It happened while we were already on the mission.
Oh. Do you know why he was chosen by the king?
Well, I don't know much about anyone's credentials, so to speak. I feel like that's probably not true. I feel like she knows a lot about everyone's credentials. But
Maybe.
however, he is a noted medic, and certainly that would be
Mm.
very helpful.
On paper, yes, he's. I wouldn't say a medic. I would say a master surgeon, if anything.
Well, so we've already had need of that
Yes.
twice or three times already.
Yes. We also have, which is of course very helpful. But do you know of the? If I was to say the term free field, do you have any idea what that means? Does that ring any bells?
Question: would that? I feel like that I feel like she would have a pretty good sense of the movement of various organizations, both above and
So the
underground.
tricky thing
but-
is that, let's say there there's more than one movement called free fields, although nobody knows that.
The universe is a
they're
big
really-
place.
Well, or somebody has a stalker. So, one way or the other. The person here who would be more likely to know something about the free fields would be Severance. Because he has a criminal background.
Well, I'm assuming they're fields that one can have without paying for them. Free.
Organization, not a principle. They're an organization mainly known to be a multi-system, very good at their job, terrorist organization, mainly in eco-terrorism.
Well, that would make sense.
Can you roll
since they're
streetwise for me?
fields.
Me, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
Yes, I can.
This would be education-based.
Let me get to my character sheet.
If you would.
It's gonna go so well.
Education. Are you saying that? Are you saying that because you don't think it will go well?
No, I'm
'Cause
putting that. I'm putting that out there.
Oh well, hell yeah, 12. Well, because those are two
Okay.
things that I'm fucking good at.
So
Streetwise
here's,
and education. Yeah. 12.
yeah. So here's the thing. You had heard of free fields probably when you're on Drinax,
Yeah.
but not much. Like it was
Like
some kind of maybe an
propaganda.
echo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not much. It was like pretty like only because you're on Drinax and it was kind of from around there. Although not really, because there's no ecology on Drinax at the moment except for that one tree you found. But you'd heard like some things about there being some kind of something
Funny.
on-
Why would that be? They get rid of everything. Why would they
Yeah,
start?
like on a seam that you'd heard there was like a free, like sort of like a, at the time, I don't think you would have thought about it as an eco-terrorist organization, but maybe it might have been talked about kind of like a,
I do know that Severance does and has approached Val about it, and Val was
Yes.
there was this nod of like game
Yes.
recognizing game.
yes. But what I want to tell you is that there's a
yeah,
bit
I'm
of
trying
a
to remember.
conflict of information based on that role that you would have heard about it sort of vaguely in a small way, not much, before you went off to become a criminal, as being like a sort of like an aggressive farmers' rights organization, maybe.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Right, like a farmers' rights organization, sort of like a helping, because
Yeah.
sometimes those
More of
farmers
a
were not treated
movement
well.
than being
Yeah.
like, the eco-terrorism. Yeah, I think it's probably more about. Yeah.
That said,
Yeah.
so that would have been like early, way back when maybe you weren't paying too much attention. You'd heard some like some protests, right, off
yeah.
on Acis, which is.
Yeah.
But when you became a criminal, that's when you started hearing about free fields a bit more. Very. Then I feel like the word eco-terrorism might be more appropriate for what you started hearing about them later, with some caveats. The caveat would be they seem to call themselves an eco-terrorist organization in some way. That seems to be part of their propaganda about themselves. But what you've heard about was mostly that they had put some bombs on some trading ships and blown up some trading ships, just destroyed them.
Not scary. Not
You don't actually
worrisome.
see much echo in their terrorism. That doesn't seem to be what you've actually seen, although
Yeah.
some of that has been said. What you know about them in terms of like this time, and the reason why you know this is because you were a criminal, right? So you sort of were hanging out in criminal spaces. From what you've heard, the free fields that you know of, again, they're kind of low key. They were pretty under the radar until a bit more recently. They were sort of operating along the Dust Belt, that sort of trading route that you're currently traveling on. Quite a bit of activity around Acis, not Asim, which is right by Drinax, which is a little farming planet, but Acis and around there, sort of like the whole kind of space from like Acis to Thebes, that whole little chunk. there is activity, and actually all along the route. If I take you to our map, our subsector map, and let our crew see it. So if this is, where are you, my friends? Here we are. So if this is Yggdrasil, right, and there's this trade route that goes all the way down here. I'm gonna get you a token for the Elane, by the way.
Thank
You have
you.
heard about a sort of activity here all along this area. What I would say, and going up, right? So like they're traveling along the trade route, right, from Fist to Cordon, right, to Thebes, to Yggdrasil. But you've heard of them bombing a trading ship, specifically a GDCO trading ship. They bombed one or two of those. And also, as far as you know, as a sort of a criminal, their eco-terrorism doesn't seem to be very eco. It seems to be a lot of smuggling of drugs, human trafficking, and bombing GDCO ships, which, by the way, is a little weird because they're not stealing things from the GDCO ships. They're bombing them. And that's just going to get people mad at you. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're like, GDCO's a pretty powerful organization, and they would put out like ecology, but like, what does that have to do with GDCO? So it's a little bit weird, but there's a sort of like if you knew that old free fields, you could think they were the same organization because farmers' rights and ecology, but the free fields that you heard of while you're being a criminal seem to be about human trafficking, smuggling, and weirdly provoking GDCO. Yeah. And so, yes, Val said he had that sort of understanding, but I don't know if Val knows about all the bombing. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not, because you know Val has never really left Drinax or Acis. He's sort of stayed in this area. And all the kind of things you've heard when you were a criminal
sort of rippled outward.
Well, they weren't at all connected to Drinax or Acis. They were all along this sort of trade route. So for you, it's people could buy that it was the same organization, but for you, they don't. I mean, criminals. That earlier organization doesn't seem like the same kind of organization to you. To what's currently upsetting a lot of powerful people and getting people wanting to.
Then I think I will edit what he says, and instead of retcon, and he instead of saying he was part of an ethnic terrorist group, I think he says it was part of a movement for better trade and resources for, I guess, the working man. And my research is indicating that Val may or may not only be a master surgeon, it may also be influential within this free fields on the side, which also makes me believe that he has been handpicked, much like you or I, to do what it is that we are doing for this king. I have also thought about many things, about Terika doing the same and why they would be picked, why you as well would be picked, but that's because of your abilities, I would assume, and still not entirely sure why I am picked, but
Really?
yes. The selected at least, but I do hope to prove myself wrong by this trip here.
Well, you don't think there's, hypothetically speaking, any interest in the fact that you're a clone of someone who's incredibly powerful?
Yes, I am a clone of someone who is incredibly powerful, but that's not making me who I am.
It's not, but that lends a connection between you and this person, and in turn, think about it as your predecessor and not any, original alpha or something like that. But that also in turn makes you incredibly powerful.
How so? I mean, yes, but I don't think that is the reason why I'm incredibly powerful.
Uh, no, of course not.
That being said, I am known as the Corsair from something that is not my doing, so I stand
No,
corrected.
that one is your doing. The Corsair is your doing.
Oh.
Surprise!
Never mind.
No.
Have I got news
No,
for
Do
you?
I know
wait.
that? Yeah.
Yes, because that was when you were a criminal.
Oh, right.
The Corsair is a title you would give a
That I
criminal.
would, that I have received. Right, the Corsair is mine. Okay.
That is yours. That is not anybody
yeah.
else's. That is what you did as when you were doing your.
Oh, yeah, never mind. I stand where I am.
Yeah, no, I.
Yeah.
So yeah, arguing.
Still me. Things that I do, mine stuff. But.
In addition to all that, I think you have two different avenues that would be very appealing to the king. Both your own past and history and notoriety, and also this connection to Marymore.
Yes,
Win-win.
my undying loyalty, I think, also plays a large role. But this connection to Marymore, I do not wish to have. Everybody, it seems almost like most planets we go to and systems, they know of some sort of a millennia-old warlord that that I look like, or who I may be. I'm tired of it. I don't want anything to do with this Marymore.
Well, unfortunately, you're riding around in one of his bodies at this point.
I don't look like him though, right? He has eyebrows, and he doesn't look exactly like me. I've put my hair up. I don't even wear the glasses.
And I think she has been sitting at this bar for a while now. And she would lean forward and just like tap him on his forehead, like right between the eyebrows, being like, you could have eyebrows if you wanted. You just don't want to have them. And then she sweeps her finger to the side.
I'm not sure about that. It's smooth up here. It's no eyebrows at all. But as he just sort of wipes his, and he's just like, are you saying I could wish it into being? Because I can't. I am not that. I'm not as powerful as you are when it comes to manifesting things with my mind, Harlock.
I can't just manifest things that don't exist with my mind. That's not. I can
understood psionics.
Manifest thing. There are some who can, I'm sure. I manifest what's inside of people's minds if I am there. I can manifest things from my mind inside other people's minds. I can do all sorts of things as far as that's concerned. But I couldn't make my
master manipulator then.
I couldn't make my glass refill without having to get up and refill it.
Oh, yes.
And maybe I've been called worse.
Why are you really here?
Why are you really here? Why was it so urgent for you to go see the king right away?
The king doesn't. The king sent us out to do his work, and we haven't reported. We have payments to pay. We have a deal to make a golden space station around number 1 in our name, and he has no idea that we have that deal made.
Yes, and I don't know that him knowing 2 weeks sooner would truly make the vastest of differences.
I feel a bit of unease about where we are heading. Acis, not the whole reason why we're there. I'm very excited and happy that Wesley can be Wesley, however Wesley wishes to be. But
his love of Crash Jones is a bit too much, though.
No, it's not even Wesley. It's really it's the there is, I feel, a lot of things that are pulling the gambler away from our goal.
Well,
And we, as the crew, need to make sure. I worry at any moment that we are going to not just be hunted by the Imperium, or also what are the cat people called?
The Aslan.
The Aslan, or also, I'm also worried that we are also going to show up at a ship or on our way back to Drinax. There'll be a blockade waiting for the betrayers known as the Gambler, because we haven't touched base and let the king know of what our doings have been. I already feel like I'm being hunted by a man I thought that I killed.
well,
I don't want that to happen with the only place that I think is home, and that is Drinax.
well, if you think it is home, then it is. And for what it's worth, Marymore absolutely is hunting you, 100%.
Right. Also,
However, he won't find you.
not if
Don't
I'm
be
in
so
jump space.
worried.
Correct. He wouldn't expect me to be going back through jump space now to Ogma and then also Drinax. Okay,
Sure.
okay, you say that like he may know.
No, I don't listen. I don't know what Marymore knows or doesn't know. I just know that he knows a great many things, and he is far, far more powerful than I psionically. So I don't put it past him to know
Far more
anything.
powerful than you psionically.
I had to light him on fire. He was killing me. Literally, it was an old man body I lit on fire. He had to be at least 200 years old. It was horrific.
I have zero context to this endeavor. What the hell happened? What?
In in Marymore's laboratory, when I was whisked away before Val got his stone arm that he does have, just look next time.
Is this on tick or is this not? Was I conscious for this?
You were conscious for this. This was some time ago. This was before.
Right. So this is before he had his glass arm. And
yes,
you lit his... I remember a fire.
Yes, well,
yes.
Initially, I think it was supposed to be you. You were supposed to go back, but instead I went back. And
that's why I'm confused. All right, yes, there's
yes.
a lot of blurring between what I know, what he knows, and what has been manipulated, and what is. I'm not sorry. I don't know. Is there a better word I should say? I should call it.
It's not. It's not my only word. Like I don't know why you're treating it that way.
I don't know what else I'd call it. I mean, is there a psionic word to alter someone's memories and state of feeling?
Fun.
Okay, so there was.
So
before I was fun, it doesn't quite make sense. Anyway,
I when I got whisked to the laboratory where all of the clones were, the original clones, the ones that are similar to how you appear. Regardless, one of the original bodies was sitting in the chair and kind of in communion, if you will, with this huge piece of Viridian and somehow controlling like a puppet this other body somewhere.
And this was in a psionic space.
Oh no, the actual body was there. It was horrible.
Right.
It was horrific. It was very old.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and you lit him on fire.
Well, first I killed all the clones, and then and then he didn't seem to take kindly to that, so he started attacking me psionically. It was terrible, and I almost died, but then I lit him on fire, and then he was distracted, and then I lit the rest of the place on fire, and then I left. There was a lot of fire that day. Yes.
All right, and as Severance stands up and then walks around to the bar as if he's bartending. And almost like without needing to gesture or to give him an order, he gives you what you just drank, almost as if you just mixed it, as if he's been watching and knows your order, or whatever drink or flavors that the bar does sort of offer. He is able to, of course, make something that you would enjoy as he sort of shakes it up and passes it to you. The rocks glass slides. There's a shitty chunk of probably like not like a chunk or a cube of ice like you would see at a nice restaurant, but like a shitty block of like that
Space
cylindrical
ice.
ice
Yeah,
that you get
yeah.
from a fucking fridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, as that sort of is like floating around with like a toothpick or like a swizzle stick in it as he sort of slides that to you. He then steps around the bar back to his seat.
Thank you.
Yes, and he goes, we don't know what you mentioned that he was hunting me, yes?
I did pass through my lips, yes.
I wonder if must be something here that we know. What's the Guap's name? What's his name?
Oh,
Golan.
Golan.
Okay.
Yes, Golan.
Okay, great.
Golan, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, this is Admiral Baron Corsair, Captain Severance. I was wondering if you have any access to the ship's data. What may be on it? Do you have it there at the cockpit, or is there where would I be able to upload my own information download?
Yes. The flight logs, all the ship's papers are here.
Yes. At the cockpit, yes.
You can access them from your stateroom.
Okay, yes, I thought so. Thank you.
All right.
That'll be all. Thank you.
I walk around the bar that's there, and I make my way over towards one of the tablets. I look around for one that I particularly like for whatever reason, and he pulls out a cord and then plugs it into a spot that would fit as he tries to then try to access the data that is on this ship.
Yeah. The ship's
Flight
papers are
logs
definitely there.
Yeah, or the papers or whatever it may be.
Yep.
Other information that would we know about the other information that Valenterica so graciously put onto the ship?
I think that Terica spirited it off before you could get onto the ship, but the logs are still here. The ship's papers are still here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're quite interesting.
Yeah,
This ship belongs to Terica, officially. And this ship has its base. It's based out of Drinax. And there's the entire flight log for this ship. You can see exactly where it's been, where Terica specifically, because Terica's in there as being in the flight logs. You've got... It's got a whole log of, it's got this crew of 3 people, and Terica is one of those people on there, and it tells you where Terica has been. And it's quite fascinating. Terica apparently has flown this ship deep into Imperial space. Apparently looks like they've met up with maybe some important Imperial nobles. It's a little bit unclear, but there's some sort of indication of that. And has flown back. And this, if you look at the logs, you would assume that this ship has not been hiding in a secret base for who knows how many years, but actually it has been in active use, that Terica has been flying about, doing things, specifically going into Imperial space, probably to some important planets, to sort of meet up with people and come back, and including recently. So the data makes it seem as if Terica has just recently been somewhere where you know that Terica was not, because Terica was on a ship with you. But if somebody were to go and look at this ship, it would look all like Terica has been a very influential, that they have been an influential person who's meeting up with influential people. They look like they've got, looking at it, they probably have good contacts in the Imperium, because they're, traveling to pretty decent planets. Yeah. It's a pretty well-documented, long, all the T's have been crossed and the I's have been dotted to make it look like this is a ship that has not been hiding for 15 years and until somebody
Like
sort of jumps
father,
in.
like child.
Yeah,
Alright.
but yeah, yeah. Apparently, I mean, if you want, roll streetwise. Anyone and everyone.
Well,
Sweet. That's me too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also anyone and everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I am among.
Not Golan, because Golan is at the pilot spot.
Yeah, a zero idea. Which of the skills would you like me to back this up with? Or the abilities?
You've got two choices. Education, if you're going to be drawing on past experience and knowledge. Intelligence, if you are intellect, if you're going with like a current analysis of the moment. You can go either way.
I'm gonna go with intellect.
You want the
Just
intellect?
let me know
I'll
which one
go
you go with.
education for funsies.
Okay.
Let's split it for funsies. Oh, nice.
Good.
10.
You both roll well enough, because it's not an easy thing to get, but you do both get information, different information. So with an education-based streetwise for Severance, first off, you know for a fact that Terica has not been on this ship and has not been taking this route.
Right.
Like, both of you know that. That's not a big deal. But what you would say is, A, clearly this has been doctored, right? Both of you know that clearly these things have been doctored. But what I would say is, for
This
you,
has been-
Severance...
I have a question. This
the
has
logs
been
have been doctored.
doctored
Mm-hmm.
locally? Or would it be like, I probably wouldn't know unless I went and investigated. I'm going to say, do other stations, would they also have these logs? But I don't know that.
That's a very
I'd
good
have to
question.
Probably go there. Yeah.
That's a very good question. Now, but here's the thing, pondering this, because that's a good education question. For these records to stand up to scrutiny,
Yeah.
if you went to any, like, you could always double check those stations to see whether or not it happened or not. So what that says to you is, since you know this ship most likely has not been to those places, at least they probably not. Whoever has done this doctoring has, if they've done their due diligence, has probably also has contacts on these other stations to doctor them. So you would probably assume that unless they're sloppy, which you probably doubt, they have had contacts to be able to doctor these records at those stations as well.
Right.
Which is it's a
Possible.
very
Bodes
wide,
well.
Yeah.
wide network. But from your knowledge, especially since you, Severance, were on the Imperial side of things, what you're seeing here is, if you were looking at this, what you would see is somebody who probably has allies in the Imperium, is important. There is a small little, how do I put this? There's a small indicator in there that is, it looks like it's erased, but it's not. It looks fake erased. Let me put it that way. Right? It looks like there's like a small log of like people who come in and off the ship, but that has been erased, but also not erased well enough so that somebody, if they were searching, could find it.
Yeah.
That seems to indicate that the Emperor of the Third Imperium has been on this ship to meet with Terica. And
When you
if
say with
someone
Terica,
were-
you mean the Terica or a Terica?
well,
Exactly.
whoever's on this ship log, right? If so, it looks like to you that they're like, oh no, we don't want anyone to know that Terica has met with the Emperor of the Third Imperium, so we're gonna delete that record. But it was deleted. It wasn't deleted properly, so that anyone could then find it. You'd be like, oh no, you found the record that I know the Emperor, right? So,
There's like three eraser marks across it.
It's like cross it out, but you can still read it, right? That kind of thing.
Oh no.
Oh no. It looks to you, Severance, that this is about setting up an alibi or setting up a history, a fake history that indicates that
This ship is
Terica
way
has
more
some kind of-
stealthy than we thought it was.
well, the ship is not that stealthy, actually, but
But
it doesn't really have any
but
stealth
its
on
paper
it.
trail is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the paper trail makes it
Yeah.
seem like, oh, Tarika has some kind of relationship with the Emperor of the Third Imperium,
Right.
and it's all sort of set up. Also, if you were in this ship and this ship did not have a long record, a flight record history, people would be like, well, where have you been? Where's the ship been? That would seem really strange. So like, it seems like there's a record, but that record, you would say, Severance is like, that seems to be a bit. What's that about, right? Now, for you, the Harlock, looking at your intellect rather than your perception rather than your experience, you're like, okay, there's a lot of stuff about like going into the Imperium. This is apparently taken like a 1-year trip into the Imperium and back. Okay. But what's interesting to you is the crew complement of
I was curious about that, actually.
Yeah, that's interesting to you. Tarika is there. There's a pilot and engineer also listed. And the names seem not at all interesting. They're not important. They're just sort of names, except there is a name that you recognize. The engineer on this ship, the regular engineer, I suppose, is a name that you recall. A name of somebody who's on the floating palace. There is an engineer who works to help maintain the flying palace, the floating palace. Someone who you just note people who are around. And you've noted this person being around. You've seen them talking to Lady Hill. And that person is the engineer on this ship.
Okay.
A person who probably would be able to doctor the ship's records at the floating palace to make sure that the ship, that the records of the floating palace would show the ship going in and out. And you don't know who the other person is. You've not heard their name. But that person, you know, as someone who has access to information on the floating palace. And you've seen them in the company of Lady Hill.
Okay.
You've never seen them in the company of Tarika, though.
I wouldn't have seen that person. Is there any possibility that possibly maybe one of those two people would have shown up in Zodani's space with a letter from quote-unquote Tarika?
Could have done.
Okay.
If so, probably the other one, not the engineer.
Okay. So the one posing as the pilot.
Which,
so I imagine they wouldn't show up again anytime in the immediate
engineer
future.
might still be there, though. Might still be on Drinax.
Oh, might. No, I'm sure that they are. or the engineer on Drinax, yeah, but the pilot being with the Zodani.
Yeah. And the thing is, this is about smuggling. For you, the Harlock, this is about a legend, right? Smuggling in. It's about fake identities and making sure that fake identity is solid. But it says to you that, and if it's for you, if it's on this log, it's so that the Marrymore, the warlord, when they get onto when they take over Tarika's body, which was, I suppose, the plan, they would have two people that they would be able to hang out with without raising suspicion. Which means they probably hang out with that person now, with those people, or have met with those people now.
Okay.
Right. This is about who is it, or is it not suspicious for you to hang out with? Because
also,
your
Marrymore
Tarika has never hung out with those people, right?
Yeah. Also, Marymore does not get has not earned the title. I'm just,
Sorry, pardon me.
you know. Um, okay, interesting. So that compliment would be one short right now. I mean, there's no way to know who else he'd go for, but
But your feeling, both of you together, is that this person has got. First off, these logs go back quite a way. They're not like
Mm.
they're like 10 years worth of logs right on this ship.
Mm.
So this person seems to have an extensive network. But as far as you know, the ship itself, the actual ship, has been in mothballs for a while, until it's needed, right? Until Marymore needs to jump into a Terrica body, which means this ship probably hasn't actually been going anywhere for a while.
So I wonder. So
yeah.
it's probably automated or was done by the robots at the lab that were constantly feeding information in to be like, it was here, and not like a live feed of information in
Yeah, that's
some
right.
capacity. Got it.
Yeah, and it might have been completely all fabricated, all of it.
Oh, sure. Like, probably was, but just like how it was constantly updated to now.
Yeah.
In the flight logs, has this ship been to Ogma lately?
You would have to, usually speaking, you would travel through Ogma. So yes, because when you're going from Thebes to Torpol, the only place you could go is either Ogma or Marduk, and Marduk sucks. So, right, as a planet, like it doesn't have refined fuel. It's not a great planet. So most people just avoid Marduk and they go through Ogma. Although Ogma also sucks, but that's a whole other matter altogether.
We're going
So
to
yes,
Ogma.
it has gone through.
There's a different flavor of sock.
Different flavor
It's a
of suck.
different flavor of suck.
You know?
Yeah.
That
At least,
yeah.
but I mean, Ogma has a Class B starport, which you can actually get pretty decent repairs done on your ship or that kind of stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Well, going. All right. So, yeah, I guess as I sort of relay this information to the Harlock, what do you think? Of course, that being said, what I relayed is the flight logs say here that it's under Terrica's name and it has been making its rounds into the Imperial space. And fortunately for us, we get to double check this information, considering we are going to Ogma, where this ship would have had to have traveled through to get to any of the spaces it says it has been documented to go to.
You can find out how good the forgeries are.
If they're forgeries at all.
Well, I feel like we would have noticed Terrica being on the move quite that frequently.
I would think so too.
Although this does bring up the point that it might not be you that is being hunted by Marymore quite so vigorously. We've already, more importantly, Marymore has already discovered that you are not a viable swap.
Correct.
Hasn't had the opportunity with Terrica yet, and from everything I know, there really aren't too many more options at this point.
Because somebody killed all the Marymore clones.
Don't know who would do something like that.
Who would do such?
Someone else killed all of the Terrica clones. I'm just tossing that out there gently.
Well, the good news is we're making our way towards Ogma, so we could double check this paperwork and see where or what is happening. Should we report this to King Olab? Not this, but our endeavors with Marymore. I'm almost inclined to say yes. Why? And I'm not sure.
I would tread incredibly lightly. I can tell you, as far as somebody with a rich psionic background, this, and she gestures to him, is nothing we've encountered before. Most clones, so to speak, aren't And I don't mean, and she stops her, I don't mean you, but the vessels that were destroyed in the fire, they aren't that good. Technology just isn't that good.
Your hand, as you gesture, I think he grabs it and stops you for a moment and then looks at you and goes, "Did you say we? Are you still Zodani?" You said anything that we have, and he lets go of your hand, anything that we have encountered before.
Severance, we've had this conversation. And she just like suddenly sounds extremely tired.
Mm-hmm.
I
Still.
think that being in the body that you're inhabiting right now is affecting your mind, your memory.
That is very true. I could have told you that. Not simple thing. Having a second iteration of what was once yours. I am trying to constantly juggle what is my memory versus what is context versus whose was hearsay and what is someone else's vision. No offense, but I know that I have been tampered with, not just with the swap, but also with outside endeavors. And it is hard for me to understand and to connect the dots when the strings keep getting cut. I
Well,
apologize for questioning conversations we've had previously.
well, you should. She like it's at that moment it's kind of hard to tell whether or not she's joking or not.
Yeah.
But answer me this. Severance, what is the last thing you remember before all of this, before being in there?
That's very hard to recall. Last thing I remember before a smear or a blend of what has been.
Before you answer that question, let me ask you a question.
For me?
What memory would you like to access? Would you like to try, when you think back to your last memory, which memory would you like to access?
Me or Harlock?
I'm asking you, Severance.
Which memory would I like? Thank you. This helps. I think he's trying to access one that was
Because you have a skill.
before. Yeah, I do. Before being called to the palace, but after the body swap.
After the body swap. Before. So you have your year of amnesia.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting now little bits and pieces coming back. And you were with Shepherd. Or the Shepherd. So if you're going back for your memory after that moment, then continue on. If you wanted a different memory, you have a skill you can roll for that.
Yeah. But yeah, he mentions what was the last thing I remember before the swap?
Yes.
Confidently, which is my memory, or just what is it I remember? Because I couldn't tell you if it's mine or not.
Well, that's fair. What do you remember, just as a whole?
I'm gonna remember. Well, I'm gonna roll this now.
Mm-hmm.
I roll this with psionic strength. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
6. I don't know what that means.
Uh,
I think it's
roll
probably
one more
not
d6.
mine.
You should have rolled that with a boon.
Okay. I will roll another d6, and to add it on, or should I just roll it with a boon?
You can roll with a boon.
Okay, I'll just roll with a boon. Way easier just to re-roll, in my opinion. IMO 1.
That's not proper.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, does it?
No. I bet
It's
you are
just
not
that
trained
bad.
in ancestral memories.
I have a
Just
total
roll a
of
d6.
-2.
That makes no
So
sense.
that
Roll a
makes
d6.
total sense.
Okay.
6.
So let's replace that 3 with the 6 so that you would have gotten a 9.
Okay.
So if you go back to your memory from before the body swap, you have access to 2 memories. One that is your own and one that belongs to the body. And you can see them both of these memories.
Okay. I remember approaching the dinner, the banquet. I remember not sure if I remember looking into the vehicle reflection and seeing my hair down and uncertain if I wanted it up or down. I decided to go with down. I remember the music playing a certain timbre that wasn't fitting the atmosphere of the party. I remember too many people there that were trying to. There were people there who were lying through their teeth about what it is they did. They were trying to uphold their image for someone else. It was magnificent. I remember also. I remember stopping, checking my reflection in the pod, looking at myself, my hair being up. I also remember my face within the pod also not being up, but it being sort of slicked back, and it's usually the sweat from the process of regrowth would usually slick the grease back hair, and how much the hairstyle of what was within the pod versus the reflection of what I was looking at was not the same. I remember also having a not misplacing my glasses, and also this anxiety in the pit of my stomach of not being able to call or answer back my wife. She, of course, leaving a blinking red light on my comms pad, a notification that I have yet to respond to, because I know that I'm late for the party.
And there was an argument between the two of you. An argument because she couldn't get pregnant, and that made you very angry. Very angry. Sort of unreasonably angry. Something about genetics.
I remember about something not being right. It wasn't not being strong enough, whether it was my the code, or it was my genetics, or if it was my seed. I'm uncertain, but for whatever it was not working, and I felt a lot of blame and a lot of there was a lot of anxiety on me. This was why this project of mine had to work. I remember there's a blend, a miasma of paperwork and funds that were being funneled into this project. I also remember walking into the banquet, my hair down and over my shoulder, and with you there, Your hair was longer than ever as we made our way into the banquet. Uncertain of what I was going to do, but we had our mission. And the music
Good.
still playing through the air. As it sort of guided our steps, I remember I grabbed you and I said, just let me lead. And no matter what I did, you would end up leading because
You're a terrible dancer.
I'm a terrible dancer, and you knew exactly what step I was on, so it seemed like you would step on me, so I would have just followed you. So you ended up leading. I remember that very vividly, and I said, we will just stay in this moment until we find the right moment to strike. And it could have been 2. Do you remember how many songs it was?
3.
That seems about right. 3 songs or so. Later, we then, of course, made our move toward Marrymore. I also remember as my footsteps reflection on the marble as I was making my way into the quarters, where I would then go to have this conversation with my wife. She's still yelling at me about being an incomplete man and not ever being able to have the children that our bloodline, or I promised both of our bloodline. And
actually, now that you think about it, that's what she was saying to you. You had wanted
yes,
the children. She was a failure. It sort of slips and fits. There was something about you married her for her genetic line.
Right. And something along, I think it was, she was either yelling at me or I was at her about, there was a dispute about someone's genetics, whether it was mine or hers. Either way, it didn't quite matter, for I had a plan and I had what was going to be the solution of our issues. Just needed more time.
And then you remember her confronting you about where her family crest went.
I told her I didn't know where the crest was. It could be the bottom of the river for all I knew and cared. It wasn't about her family anymore. It was about ours. But it didn't matter, for we were also on our way inside. We waited. I remember we were by the shrubs, you and I, as the woman left the stateroom. We waited, and it seemed like forever, an eternity of just waiting, looking at each other. That moment, the confidence that you had, and the anxiety and trouble I did for what I had to do.
I told you to stay put, Severance.
You did.
I was going to follow the wife just to get the information we needed. You were supposed to stay put.
Yes, I knew. I remember that, and I should have. And I was going to, but the door was open. I knew he was in there alone. Back was turned. It was easy.
You were
remember
no
looking.
match for him.
I beg to differ. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be standing here today recalling this memory for you.
If you were, you would be standing there in your original body, and we wouldn't have you having to worry about all of this. All of this and the reason why I came along. We wouldn't have to worry about that.
Why did you come along?
Important.
I'm not worried. That man may always be hunting me, but I'm not afraid. I've beaten him once, so I could beat him again.
He is not the only one who's hunting you, Severance. You are very valuable to many.
Like who? Who else is hunting me? The Imperium? The Aslan? The Aslan love me.
the Imperium wouldn't know what to do with their... Can't tell their ass from their heads. No, I'm talking about the Zutani, why I came here in the first place. Severance,
Hmm.
you are incredibly valuable as an asset. To understand what process caused all of this. If you had stayed put, you wouldn't have been in that situation. You wouldn't have gotten into a fight you couldn't win. I wouldn't have been able to win it. No one could win it. It's unwinnable against him. You wouldn't have had to make the choice that you had and make me make the choice that I had. None of this would have had to happen if you stayed put, Severance.
How many... What kind of asset? You say I am a valuable asset. In what way? Am I being hunted for experimentation? And how many are upon me?
They would
How do you know all this?
turn your mind inside out for fun. They would take
They would or they
every
are the Harlock?
single... Would, they would. I have managed to keep you safe to this point, and I'm not going to allow anyone to get a hold of you for these purposes.
That's why you're here.
Well,
That is why you're here now. That is why you're drinking on the Elane with me as we make our way back to Drinax. You don't give a shit about Drinax, do you?
I don't not give a shit about Drinax. I will have you know that I did everything I could to save that seed of a planet when I was the only one in that space and time to do so. I care about it. I care about it as much as I need to be effective.
Right.
And either way, this is good. It seems like you have some memories you're able to pull from the body that could give us more insight that we need.
Severance,
Yes.
there's a door in the garden. Remember the garden, the rose garden?
I do. Do
There's
I
a
remember it, or
door.
does Mary Moore remember it? I'm not sure. But there is a memory of it, yes.
You remember now that there's a door. It's a blue door, and it's locked. Red, maybe. Perhaps it's a red door. It's locked. You don't know how you didn't see it before, but it's there. You don't know what's on the other side of the door, but it's locked. And you know it's there. And you know there is something on the other side of that door. You also know that it's locked. You can actually see it in your mind's eye. There's like a padlock on it. Chains. You don't know why you never saw the door before, because it was clearly there. But now this is a very tense conversation, and in your mind's eye you remember the door being there. Just not what was on the other side. Whatever was on the other side you don't remember. But something. It was when the Harlock said about how valuable you were and how people were looking after you. It's that flash of the door in your mind's eye. It had something to do with that. Whatever was behind the door.
In this pause, I say, as I sort of look up towards Harlock, I'm having a vision, I think. I'm a
Another
reminder
lab.
of a blue door in a rose garden. Is it red? It's a red door covered in padlocks. I've never seen it before till now, but yet it's always been there. What are you doing? Are you doing this?
The Harlock, you put that door there.
I was going to say, I think the Harlock would immediately know.
Yeah.
Am I doing this right now?
Why am I having this vision, Harlock? Why is this happening now when I was trying to make a point?
Well, maybe you aren't supposed to make the point. Maybe, sometimes
It only ever happens around you.
Well, it's. Do you? Is it red or is it blue?
It's changing. Red now.
Severance. And at this point, is he still standing kind of over closer by where he had the thing plugged in?
Yeah.
She would kind of gesture over back to the spinny seat.
He begins to sort of walk his way, hands on the countertop, back over toward the spinny seat next to you, that stool.
And this would be kind of a body language situation that I don't think that would feel very familiar for them, but I don't think he would be able to place sort of that. But when you're sitting with your person at a bar on those spinny seats and you're facing each other and your legs are kind of enmeshed a little bit.
Yeah.
And so, but it's all very relaxed in all of this and kind of leaning in a little bit. Yeah. It's like that, which Severance, where he is right now, wouldn't remember having experienced necessarily, but it feels very familiar.
Right.
And she's sitting much more casually too, and kind of leans over and puts her hands on his knees. Severance.
What?
This was an agreement that we both made.
Why don't I remember it?
Because that is the agreement that we both made, Severance.
I wouldn't remember the agreement? That sounds horrible. Why would I ever make an agreement like that?
The agreement was that you wouldn't remember, and it's...
I wouldn't remember a door? The locks on it? Because
well,
you're doing a horrible job of that, because I remember
clearly that is what you would remember. It's keeping you from what you wouldn't remember, Severance. Listen, I can...
What if I open up the door? What if I just go over there and open up the blue-red door?
You can try.
Do you want to try?
Yes, I go, well... And then I close my eyes.
I think the Harley is going to go into that space too. Yeah. Once he's in there, she's just standing there with her arms folded, just staring at him, being
he goes to open the door, and you just your hand just fucking leans against it.
So
open, no close.
Make a roll.
Yeah.
So you are in the water gardens,
psychic, whatever. Yeah.
Of the Marrymore estate. But before you go for that door, I would like you to explain. No, not yet. Okay. The door is there. The red seems to be red leather on this door, just stuck in the middle of this garden.
Is it
with
yellow
these padlocks on it.
Okay.
So you should try
green latex
to open this door. Very latex. It's very latex.
It's got a boob
of the Harlock, weirdly.
No.
That's strange, but it does. I'm going to need from you a streetwise roll. I think streetwise is it.
With psionic strength?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And
I don't have good psionic strength. I just think it's cool to do.
I'm going to ask you a question. It does need to be psionic strength, but I need to ask you a question about this roll.
I got a 5, so it's awful. I'm so shitty at this.
But I didn't get to finish my thought.
This is the question. Change the roll.
It does change the roll, actually.
No, does it?
I need to know if Severance wants to open the door.
Yeah.
Then this is at a boon, so roll one more d6.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, that's a d4. Don't mind that one. How about that one?
Uh,
It's a 9.
that brings you up to a 7.
Perfect.
Here's the thing.
That bring me to a 7. Oh, because the boon. Yeah. Gotcha.
What kind of lockpicks do you use?
Well, he doesn't. I don't think he knows how to pick locks like traditional analog locks. So I think the only thing that he would know. This is like fucking.
What kind of locks do you know how to pick?
Code.
Electronic?
Like he can hack. Yeah.
I see. So how do the locks change so that you may open them? Because this is in your mind. They were padlocks analog that you don't know how to lock, but now they are not.
No. Yes, but I think what happens here is there are chains in the lock. I think instead of him having a lock picks, he takes out his war syringe that I call the war syringe.
Yes.
But he takes out that syringe and then he sticks it in to the lock and then it jiggles it around and then he just injects the lock and then it just sort of like an acid starts to corrode and open.
Absolutely.
And then
the chains fall off the door. The door's closed.
With eye contact in and out of the psychic space of the Harlock. He opens it.
So she doesn't do anything to stop him.
You open the door.
I don't know if he even looks in yet. Okay, now he looks in.
There's a bright flash of light.
Cool.
I need you to go to your character sheet. I need you to add 6 to your psionic strength.
Yo! You win!
I win!
Game over. No, take it back. Apparently,
Do you? There is a flood of memories.
Yeah.
An entire missing year. There is, in the beginning, so much pain. So much intense, the headaches. But the headaches are because this is a body that was built to accommodate someone with a lot of psionic power, much like happened to Tarika. And this was much more than you could handle. It was, you remember things flying around the room without your ability to control it. There were things happening, psionic things happening from you outwardly, but you did not have control over them. There was broken things breaking. There's an entire year. We'll each add 1 before we go, maybe 2. I add that you telekinetically pushed something and it broke and you didn't mean to.
That sounds like telekinesis.
The Harlock adds something.
I would like to add to what you said if I could.
Please.
What you pushed and broke was a very old piece of like a glass, doesn't even look like it would be useful, but kind of just like a tchotchke that seems kind of random and useless, but it is like very delicately painted and all the stuff, and it gets pushed over and completely shatters on the ground.
Severance, add 1.
And we're adding psychic powers. Okay.
Anything. What you're adding is to this memory of this year.
I'm adding to my character sheet. Does this make sense? I'm also so telekinesis was 0 because you mentioned it, and then she said telekinesis, so I gave it a 1. That makes sense. Okay, cool. And then so I upgraded it. What is a psychic memory that has happened?
What happened that missing year?
I think there was a moment where Severance. We haven't been back to that location, right? Since like
That's
our
correct.
home or whatever, where we
Correct.
our hideout. It's been there. We've been there in our memory, but we haven't been there physically in the. Right. I think. It was going to be clairvoyance. But I'm not going to do that because, I mean, it could be both, but oh shit.
Teleportation would make sense too, given that
I
he's
know.
done that
I
a couple
know.
times.
I know. No, I have
He seems
clairvoyance.
primed for it.
Clairvoyance would have been like, we gotta go, but also teleportation could be like, we're leaving. I think teleportation, because obviously we know that he has it, so I'm gonna upgrade it once. But also, I think that moment that we was it last week or the week before where Severance
before,
was, where Severance was raiding his own house through someone
Yep.
else's different memory. I think we
Yep.
sort of go back to that moment where he sort of is making the dinner, and then like he sort of sits down. He still has an apron on, and then he's like, and he like sort of looks up at the Harlock, and he grabs your shoulder, and we disappear.
The child?
And the child, and then disappear. Or
I honestly, like when you were first saying that, my mind went to he just kind of reacts, and he still doesn't have a lot of
Yes.
control over it. So he
That's correct.
goes to grab her shoulder
Yep.
and like starts to teleport, and she's like, "Severance, no wait!" and then they're gone.
yeah, and maybe the kid stays.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think that too. Yeah, and it's just so the kid stays, and I think like they disappear.
Yeah.
Cut to black. Open up again, and the raid still happens. He's not there, but there's the crying kid. There's a full warm dinner set ready to be eaten, but the two aren't there. Yeah, and I think that'll be one of those memories too. So that's cool.
Let me give you one last
shit.
Okay. Sure.
I will
please.
give you two. Well, one is a memory and one is a question.
Pyrokinesis. Okay, yeah.
The other memory I'm going to give you is this one. You remember waking up.
Okay. Write down waking up is my power. Okay.
You're on a ship. No, you're on a space station. High port. And you have a memory. It's like a flash. An alarm goes off, and you open your eyes. You're in a bar on a high port, and this alarm goes off in your mind, and you close your eyes and you look through a piece of Viridian into a lab, and there are all of these U's, and there's the Harlock, and the Harlock is killing all of your clones. And you remember her from that night when that special clone somehow found you and confronted you, and you killed him, and you were so confident, but in that moment of death, somehow he swapped bodies with you. This clone who's always been a problem, but always been special. This clone that you couldn't control. This clone that was born with a mind and a consciousness. This clone that you could not jump into. This clone that you hid away. And here he was in your room, and you killed him, and then he jumped away. He jumped into your body, and he pushed you out into another body you had somewhere else. And in this moment on this high port, you remember that woman, the Harlock, in your lab destroying all of your clones. And you remember reaching out to attack her. And then she sets the body on fire. And you remember this. And here's the thing that's interesting about this memory. In this moment, you remember that it wasn't you. There's a different filter on the memory, and you know that this was Mary Moore's memory and not your own. You know the difference. And so let me ask you this question. As you turn your head back to the other side of the door, inside was all of this, and the other side is the rose garden.
Yeah.
What does it look like now? Because that rose garden does not control you. It's not Marymore's rose garden, it's your mind palace. What does it look like? In an instant, it doesn't look like Marymore's garden. What does it look like?
I think it looks. There are pyres and pillars all across Drinax. These golden cubes are meant to signify death, and once were signifying death in a place of mourning, but they've always been a sense of comfort and childhood for Severance. So I think the bushes and these archways of rosary bushes and things are rose bushes, and these arches of rosebuds are now these cubic golden archways in there's like a green fog that sort of like hugs the ground here. And to anybody else, this would be disgusting and terrifying, but it is a comfort that he carries with him. The gold in the irradiated darkness is always a sign of hope for him, and has always been a bit of comfort. And much like a diamond in the rough sort of situation. But this garden is now a garden. It's not. It would be to an earthling. It would be a cemetery, right? But in this case, it is a sense of comfort because that is just what if you grow up on a graveyard planet, the gravestones end up being your playground, and so that's sort of what it is. Where these pyres and these monoliths of gold in various heights and things would to anyone else go, wow, that's terrifying. But there is a sense of comfort and home, and that makes it very much. And as much as he speaks with other people who are off of Drinax, they usually don't understand the appeal of the comfort, because it's definitely like a local born thing to be like, oh yeah, that's home. So he is that's sort of changing this rose garden from this into these blocks of youthful landmarks, are sort of that sense of comfort and home. He doesn't have much of a childhood family, but this at least reminds him of that, or that safety, that home, Drinax. Sort of converting it back to his own space.
Do you know what was so disturbing about when the clone came to
the
attack?
door in front of him is a highly reflective golden mirror.
What was so disturbing when the clone came to attack was that you couldn't, and by you I mean Marymore, couldn't sense his mind. He was and that was always the case, a lacuna, a gap. Could always sense everyone's mind for a very long distance. You always know where everyone is. And this one, you couldn't. You never could. So when he showed up to confront you, it was a surprise, and you were never surprised. That was upsetting.
This is interesting. You are talking to me as if I am Marymore, but now I can distinguish my memories from Marymore's.
Yes.
And yet you call me Marymore.
Because you can see through his eyes when you choose to. You can
I was very
get a
worried
sense
that
of his feelings. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Oh no!
Yeah, I was like, oh no, this is how I figured this out.
no, you can be like, oh no, you can now control it, right? It doesn't intrude upon you.
Right.
You can intrude upon it.
I have ancestral freedom. I have memory freedom. I have identity freedom.
Yeah. And you remember it all.
I also have as my psionic power plot armor. Is that my?
No.
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 Okay.
Beacon. Any armor might have a big, huge flashing light on it.
Beacon. Okay, beacon.
Hmm.
I was also going to just put down psionic rebirth because that's just a thing that has happened a bunch. I don't know if I'm ever going to
And-
use it because I don't go into fights, but it could be cool to have. I think it'd be also really awesome if like the dude who could psionically regenerate isn't a fighter, so it never happens. I just think it's fun.
But I imagine you remember that moment. And let me ask you before we end. When was the moment that the conversation happened about wiping the memory?
I don't have the memory. I mean, I guess I do.
You do? I ask you both.
I think, if I may,
Yeah,
I think so. Immediately after this teleportation, it probably is into, because I feel like this would have
Running?
been on
Escaping?
into running, but I imagine this would be on kind of her familiar terrain, and so it's through like a swampy kind of Princess Bride-esque dark forest situation, and as soon as they get to an area where she can put up like a bubble of silence around them and stuff, she is livid. She would turn around to him and like push him and be yelling at him, just like, how could you leave our child back there? Like, what were you thinking? And all of this.
I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. We needed to move.
You're sorry.
I don't know. We could go back. We can go back. I'll go back.
We can't go back. I've told you everything I know about this O'Donnell. We can't go back.
And they're gone. And they're gone.
She's not. This is only the beginning of what I feared anyway. They're going to be coming for you next. And who knows what kind of power that the Zodani or the Imperial or the Aslan or anyone who gets a hold of your brain. It'll go straight to Marymore.
That's it. But we can't let them get to my brain.
Well, it's
Can't
in
let
your
them.
head.
But you can get in there. You can get in my head. Go inside my head. Take my brain. Take what you can. Take this memory.
Severance, you don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what's in front. I don't know what we have in store. But I do know that you're right. No one's going to stop until... I don't know. Maybe I'm not making any sense.
No.
I'll go back and get them. I'll go back and get the baby.
No. And at this point, she's still had her.
I'm already like closing my eyes and trying.
It was kind of the clench fit, and like she is a trained fighter. She like probably did bruise him up, but at this point, would kind of change from fist to just hand straight on. No, she's gone.
I don't know how I even did it. I don't even know how I got here. I just went to grab you. I didn't have any idea what...
Severance, she's gone. She's gone, Severance. You're right. It's the only way. It's the only way to protect everyone. Severance, everyone. It's the only way to protect you as well.
What about
you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Well, what about you?
And she kind of takes a step back. When have I ever needed protecting?
Right.
Are you ready?
Yes, but no, I'm not.
And I think like as soon as he kind of looks away and starts saying something, she is just like you. It would look
at
like
the flowers, Georgia.
Yeah, just like her coming at him real fast, like with all these flowers, and just like suddenly just and there's you see him like slowly kind of falling backward into like all of these flowers and like through
petals.
The flowers.
Yeah. Sort of him falling through a fucking rose bush. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I imagine on the other side, like then he wakes up. It's in a space station, kind of near Drinax, on the way back to Drinax, and would kind of look over, and the Harlock is in the room, but just sitting over with a drink, like staring out the window. And yeah, just in the same room, but way over there, just drinking, looking out the window.
Severance, I have to
Shepard,
tell you
where
something.
am I? Yes.
You remember it all. Shepard, you remember the child, you remember this, everything. The memories are back. But you can't feel it.
Right.
The only feeling you remember was that anger from Marymore that you were able to tap into. But you
Right.
can't
Okay.
tap into your own feelings from that
Yeah.
year.
So the memories that I have, I can differentiate the memories between me and Marymore, but the only memories that are tied with a feeling are the ones from Marymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
So
know you had feelings.
If I recall heartbreak, I'm not going to feel heartbreak if it was
Yeah.
Severance that had it.
Yeah.
Right. So me losing the baby, Severance remembers, but
Yes.
it's an artificial feeling if he even can under any of it.
You know you
Cool.
had feelings,
Yeah.
but you can't get them
Yeah.
back. Some things.
And that's frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah. You can get the data back, but that quality of feeling is gone. It's been erased.
Mhm.
And you know
I
it's
would-
missing.
I would like to propose also that whenever after that moment, when Severance wakes up and looks over at the Harlock, there would be this beat, and Severance, you can, or Cord, you can say whether or not you want Severance to do this, but
Mhm.
I think there would be like kind of a pause, and then he's like, "Who are you?" And
Yeah.
her response would just be, "No one. I'm getting you back home."
And you have the other memories. More of Marymore's memories, and it's a lot of torture.
Yeah.
You can remember him.
Flipping
and
through
it's
a
not
Rolodex
you.
of memories. Yeah.
You remember him torturing, kidnapping people from that planet with the water gardens, his wife's planet. You remember kidnapping 50, 60 people and then murdering them, torturing them in this lab underneath the palace that she didn't even know about. You remember stabbing people. Oh, like the things you have to, it's a lot. And you wish you had a door that you could lock it behind and not have to know about it.
If only.
If only you had a door that would lock away all of that. It was a lot of terrible things.
I think in the real space, Severance faints. I think there is just a moment where he was sitting on the stool, but I think just he looks at you with the eye contact because he's about to push open the door, right? And like we all saw that happen in the mind space,
Yeah.
but now in like reality, he's like looking at you like, what I'm about to do, and he just like looking with that like mischievous look, and then he just passes out. His eyes roll back, and he just flops off of the chair. And I think that's just what happens in the real space during this. But we know what happened inside his mind that whole time. And probably if we were there as like a fly on the wall, in my feelings, we would also see like Severance would have passed out, and then the Harlock would have had like her eyes would have been rolled back as she was like in whatever the mind like psionic stance would be, right? To show that she's like in that space, whatever that may look like, whether it's Storm from X-Men, or if she's like, or if she's glowy eyes, or whatever it is that like Harlock does that indicates that she is in this other space. Like the camera sort of like would like pull away as like I'm sort of lifeless in this, as Severance is like in this unconscious position. and then Harlock is there in that psionic stance.
It's a lot of memories. Maybe too many memories to handle.
Oh yeah, it was overwhelming.
And while these two are in the stateroom, the alarm goes off, and the ship emerges out of jump space into the Ogma system. And the little welcome packet comes through that your Golan sort of picks up, and it's a GD.co welcome packet for the lovely and wonderful high port over there in Ogma. Although the high port is actually pretty far from where the planet Ogma itself is, and the high port has a lot of guns. A lot of guns, a lot of weapons, a lot of missile batteries. And people are encouraged to go to the high port and not go anywhere near Ogma, because Ogma likes to attack people all the time. So it's like
right. Yeah, have we been to yeah, we heard about Ogma.
No, you've never been to
shit on
Ogma.
Marduk.
Yes, you haven't been to
Ogma's,
been to
We're
Ogma.
familiar with them.
Yeah, we're familiar with them. They're the people who shit on people in Marduk.
Yeah,
They
and
like
also
raiding.
they just,
That's their favorite.
Perfect.
they're a bunch of raiders. They're a bunch of
I
raiders.
think it's the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so you've got this high port that is heavily defended, clearly maybe not from pirates, well, from Ogma raiders, right? And it's like, come here to go and do your refueling and make all your stuff, and we'll keep you safe while you move on your way out, and maybe don't go to where that planet is because
We're supposed to meet here in Ogma, right? Didn't we say we were doing that?
No. You're going here, and then you're going to pop over to, you're going to go
Drinax.
from here to Drinax.
Yeah, and then we're going to pop back here to meet everybody else.
No, Torpal, I believe.
Torpal, okay,
Ogma
good.
sucks.
I don't know if I would have agreed to that.
Yeah.
No, because Ogma sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay,
that is where we will end it, as you are, as your pilot, Golan, is going to be pulling you into the high port for refuel.
Golan, who's amazing.
I love Golan. He's staying.
Golan's the
We're
best.
keeping him.
But I do need
We're
you to
going to
make
trade
two
him out for
rolls.
some other people. Okay, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Because, unlike some other people, you all have not split, as far as I can tell, your study sessions. You've only done one skill, both of you, each, for the entire time. Unlike
Yeah,
other
there's
folks who
leadership.
split them. You have passed the 8 weeks, all on
Hey.
one skill. You may make a roll.
Finally.
You need to make an 8+ on an education check.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Just on education.
Just an
Alone?
education check. Yep. And you do have luck.
Oh, and we can use luck.
Mm-hmm.
Right, 7. So that's an 8.
Mm-hmm.
I only have 3 luck.
Right. Let's do for this. So
Do you have 3 luck?
I do, and more. Hang on.
If you spend it, you will both have completed 1 successful study session. Now,
Yes, we'll spend 4.
So, here's what you need to know. I believe the Severance, you do not have any leadership, correct?
I had 0 leadership.
You now have the skill leadership at 0.
Yay. That's better than it was.
You now have it.
I now
And
have
now-
it.
The Harlock, you were working on melee.
Yes.
What was your melee? Do you have melee?
Yes.
So you have, what is your current melee?
0, so it gives me...
It's not great. Let's see.
But what is it?
0. Wait.
Oh, it's
0.
trained. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I had a button.
yeah,
that
it's
said
a
trained.
trained.
I didn't do that. Yeah. Sweet. That changes
You may
things.
now take melee. I would say melee at 1, but what that really means is you can take a specialization, right? So you'll get a 1 in
Yay.
your choice of, where is it? Unarmed, blade, bludgeon, or natural. Not natural, because you don't have natural weapons.
Oh, so unarmed, melee, or blade.
Mm-hmm. And melee's for like mauls, like big clubs and whatnot.
Sure, yeah. So really, hand-to-hand or blade is what we're looking at.
Or unarmed, yeah. Yeah. I would like you to. I would like the audience to note that we have 2 players who have completed 8 weeks, and they are now able to get their skill. And they're going to
Yeah.
get some more weeks, as a matter of fact.
Thank
Coming
you.
up soon.
Yay!
Yeah.
All right.
That's right. We finally got what was yours? Melee something?
Melee.
Melee.
We're gonna go
Decide.
with unarmed.
Oh.
Terrifying.
Just
All right.
with these guns.
Psionic monk.
Oh. So,
I mean, she was just punching the ship all week long.
it's
true,
true. There
you
was
were punching
it's
the
true,
Elane.
actually. It's true.
Tarek is gonna get on the ship and be like, "What the fuck is all?
What?
Right.
What did you?
What did you
So
do?"
Harlock broke off
I
her
will-
landing gear. We now call her Eileen.
Yes.
No.
Yes. And you will have like a week there to go and like fuel up and get yourself ready before you jump back over to Drinax directly. I will ask you a couple of questions offline, but let me ask you this. 1, how do you feel? I have to ask Severance this. How do you feel about the big thing that happened to you this session, which is that you got leadership finally? I feel that's the biggest thing that happened to you.
That was the
The entire session.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me say who you are, say where we can find you, and then give some love.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. You can follow me twitch.tv/Cord, where I stream video games. I am also doing, I'm doing like workshop streams in my forge. I'm building a treadle hammer right now, but that's over on my Discord. So if you want to stop by my Twitch to get my Discord link, you totally can. While you're there, drop a follow, blah, blah, blah. I'm doing Mortal Online too, but I'm now getting back into Star Citizen because there's a new update. It's awesome. So if you like space, adventure, and role play, Star Citizen's where it's at. Follow me and watch me play Bear Black, a star smuggler and refueler, and all that goodness. But yeah, tonight was awesome. I really, really enjoyed. I liked how it was split up, but I also want to say I don't mind being here during a full one. And if we wanted to jump back and forth, like,
Sure.
and meanwhile on the Gambler, meanwhile on the Elane, I'd be down for that. But yeah, it was awesome. It was a lot of fun. I popped in for a little bit. I've got company here over the weekend, so it was nice to sort of take some time and have dinner with them, and then come in later. So that was cool and worked out really well. But I was able to pop in for the first half for a little bit, and it looked like some wacky stuff was going on, like Erica being high as fuck. But anyway, that was awesome. And of course, our half was really cool, and a lot of cool developments happened, which I was more thinking going into this, being like, what's on the Elane? What's going on here? Versus like actually delving into, unlocked doors. So that was, or locked doors, I should say. But thank you so much to you, Trooper, for the wonderful powers and helping me unlock some of that stuff, and helping my character and me now differentiate between what memories what and who's what. A lot of this whole time I was like keeping a lot of my meta knowledge at arm's length, because it's okay for me to not pay attention, because I can just go, what? Because I don't know who's that memory. But now I sort of have to pay attention. So thank you for that. And yeah, tonight was awesome. Rocket, this whole episode was so cool, watching the Harlock be like stern but gentle, but also waiting for the Severance to open up and not approach him about any of it, but also protecting him on his feelings. It's just really cool seeing the Harlock this entire time be one of those people. I think it was like I saw like a meme recently where it was like Princess Leia is such a beautiful character because she every time there's trauma or mourning that happens in her life, she redirects it to caregive onto somebody else, and it makes it that much more beautiful. And that's sort of what's happening here, is like every time something that like this relationship or this friendship or this trust and this relationship with the Harlock and Severance, things start to like bubble up. It's still always a very protective there's still a very protective air to the Harlock's involvement with Severance's discovery about all this, and it's just really cool to see. So thank you for bringing that. And there were a couple of times tonight where offers were made, like in the middle of a conversation, as if the scene was to bloom into, and it was just awesome. It was really cool. It was just really natural. You interjected with like your character's thoughts and dialogue naturally in the moment, and that was really cool to like snap naturally from a narration into the scene again and then back. So it was just really cool. It was a cool little dance to see the player, weave in and out of the narrative and the dialogue, and also our characters weave in and out of the psionic space and the real space. So that was really cool to see. So anyway, thank you. That was really cool. Thanks, everybody. That's me.
Rocket! Oh, Rocket, so much. What a heavy burden the Harlock.
Oh,
had to
you
carry.
know, that's okay because she never skips leg day. Yeah. So, hello everyone. I am Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. You can find me in most of the places. Lately, I've been doing more video and stuff like that. Sometimes on TikTok, sometimes on Instagram. Exciting news though, the trailer for a paranormal show that I am in just dropped. It's been about 3 years or so in the making. It is called Liminal, and it explores the relationship between the LGBTQI community and the paranormal, and how all of us
Sick.
existing in those liminal spaces cause more of a connection there.
The trailer's amazing. The trailer's amazing.
Thank you. And yeah, super proud of the trailer. And then also, that is the situation that happened where I summoned snakes. Literally, that happened. It's on video. That is a real thing that I did. That was me. So super stoked. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, and then as far as love goes, Cord. So many good things. So many good things all of the time, I feel like, are happening with Severance. Whenever I hear you talk about him, there's this way in which you're like, oh, he's an asshole and stuff like it, but not like, he's so darn lovable. Like you want to see him thrive, you really do. And so some of the protection comes from the Harlock, some just comes from Rockhead being like, oh no, he must be protected at all costs. And in that, like, I love the way that you as a player explore various scenes, and like, almost as if you're in just like an open world where you're going around like, what's over here? What's going on here? Let's check this out. And when it came time where there are the memories being shared of like, well, some of these are yours and some of them are Mary Moore's, you wove that together like...
Oh, so good.
Like an Appalachian basket weaver. I don't know. Like, you just like...
I know exactly what you're talking about. That reference speaks to me.
And like, but so just like seamlessly, and I was able to tell who we were with at every moment, which I think is a really hard thing to do, especially just in spoken. Hard for me in spoken too, because I have not been on stimulants for like 2 days. I finally have my medication refilled, and I am out of it. I do not know what's happening around me even a little bit.
I feel that.
National shortages, everybody. National shortages.
I feel that.
Well, that was also because I didn't get it refilled, and then I was like, I'll get this done at some point. Anyway, the point is, and then Trooper. Trooper, the world, again, like I say this all the time, I say it again, but the way you just build this world for us to play in, and always know the exact right amount of info to drop, being like, hey, while you're having this conversation, boo, there's a little something right there for you, and then boo, a little something over here, and in such a way that really just adds so much to the scene and the moment, and I think that is wonderful. And then, just as an aside as well, chat, you're awesome. Love to see it. And then also for all the players, like, I love the conversation and communication we have outside of the game too. Like, the way we can plan stuff, the way we can check in with each other is clutch, and I am so privileged to know these people as fellow players, but also friends. And that is all.
And I'm Trooper SJP, and I've been your GM, and I'm going to give the following loves. All the loves. So one, I adore. I love the way in which. First of all, it was a joy to watch all of my players play tonight. I really loved the ways. Like for me, here's my Rocket moment. When Rocket's like, "You left the baby." It was like that would be the most tragic and terrible thing, and I was like, that's my player right there. Like that's like I don't have to do it. My player's like that would be the thing because of course
I'm ready for the worst thing at any moment.
I love
because of course
that.
Severance is in a body that has
you
way more
left the baby.
power,
Yeah.
right, and way more memories than like Severance can actually handle. Severance cannot handle like 400,000 years worth of memories, right? It's too much, right?
Yeah.
And
Too
so
much for Marymore,
just
apparently, clearly.
well, he's
Also-
Marymore's fine.
Can I just point
Perfectly
out
fine.
super quick? I have to point out that Marymore was having such a stick up his butt because he can't have a kid with his wife. But his problematic clone can. What's up?
With his body. Oh, yikes.
Oh! Yeah, he won't.
Chew,
you know,
chew on
he's
that
got-
one.
Yeah,
He's got
yikes.
feelings.
Sometimes
he's
you
got
just gotta
feelings.
know how to use it. Right?
He's had other babies. He's had a Terrica. He's had like some other babies. It's fine.
Several
But he-
hundred sons.
Yeah,
he's
well,
got
that's,
some,
that's
got
just
some
too
children.
bad he doesn't work it out when the moment's
Yikes.
important. Too bad
I
for
know.
that guy.
And I do want to give love to Cord for the swap. Like in my mind, like you open the door, there's the big flash memories, and then camera-wise, when you close the door, you turn around, you're no longer in the garden, you're in this other place. And the way
Yeah.
you described that other place was just so wonderful, and it makes me think about the connections between Terrica and Severance in terms of like their relationship to mourning. So good. I want to go and give my love to Lindy for the dance that Lindy had Quint do to honor their mentor who was murdered, and then had Quint framed for it because, you know, some people are not great. And I want to go and give love to Ari. They, of course, did. You know what it is? Ari, Terrica could have healed up during that week in Jump Space, but did not, which then put everything into precarity. And that I want to give love to Ari for, because that was a true choice, not a good choice, but is the choice that somebody who was strung out on a lot of psionic drugs and who's really too proud to rest would do. Also, it was really good. But also I want to give love to Ari for their like insistence that like nobility is bad and evil and everyone has to be free, and like Wesley's like, I don't understand why you're saying that. Like we all have governments. I don't like what? Just like that sort of like being confronted with that. And then I want to give love to Greg. I want to give love to Greg for just the way he interacted with the kids. Right? There is
Yeah.
something
Came
very,
in for that,
very
and I was like, oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's such like a sweet guy who also murders people. That's that kind of like the duality of the character. And so
Scary.
I want to
Great
give all
with
that
kids.
love.
Great with
Great with kids. And so
Great babysitter.
that said, a good babysitter. Like wouldn't you want Val as your babysitter? Because I
Great
feel like you would.
references.
Don't tell mom the babysitter's dead. Killed by
That's a mom.
Val.
Yeah, that's a mom. The other babysitter has been tortured in space.
It's fine. So next week, which will be session 10 of 12, we will have the crew together to sort of like swap. I have a special
Flying by. 10 of
focus.
12?
10 of 12. We have 3
Wow.
left, I know, for this season. Yeah, so we're going to have everybody
Started.
together. We're going to like swap between. We'll get them to space. I'm going to ask them some questions offline, and we'll come back next week for that. But before we go, I need to read the messages from you all, because Val is what you get when Anakin babysits. Yeah, that's right. Because Anakin's a great babysitter most of the time. Most of the time, I guess. So I want to read out these messages.
Babysitter,
so,
not baby
Hawkeye.
splitter.
Oh no! Yeah, I killed them all. The younglings. So Hawkeye donated 500 bits and said, "The Tagonists have split the party. Will homesickness or withdrawal symptoms rule? And which split will wreak the most havoc? Time to find out." Oh, I will just say that both of you are pretty lucky that you jumped into systems that tend to have pretty good security, so you're not going to be just attacked when you arrive, because,
Good.
you know,
Yeah, we're
But
just showing up
not
in a
saying
yacht. I hope these people don't blow us up.
Other people might, but luckily you're gonna.
Showing up in a stretch limo.
Yeah, with like lights on the wheels.
Yeah, we'll be fine. A party bus. We'll be fine. No one will bother us here.
I mean, it is. This is such an ostentatious ship that you're in. Like, it has no cargo space, but it is fast and sleek
Well,
and
this
like.
is a good sector for us. Well, let's just beep beep beep. Take us away.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah. The people in Marduk would love to capture your ship. That's why GDCO has guns.
Wouldn't the Ogma people do the kidnapping? They weren't going to kidnap us. Well, I guess we'll see.
Oh, they would love to kidnap you. The problem is that.
Hey, there's
that
still time.
GDCO's
There's still time.
Oh yeah, GDCO's like,
There's
let's
still
have a
time.
huge bunch of like weaponry on our high port.
Oh, okay.
So that because
That's why they
here's
go
the thing about
somewhere
GDCO.
else to blow them up to kidnap.
Yes,
Okay,
right.
okay.
And there's a bit of a deal. They're like, you do not attack our high port, and we will, like, you'll get like it'll be right. But the whole point, all GDCO wants is to make sure trade can happen. If the Ogma Raiders disrupt too much trade, it'll be a problem. So they try to keep that space because sadly, there's like you have to go through Ogma if you're a 2-jump ship. So.
You said disrupt
So they
trade.
try to make
had my brain start worrying again.
Oh, just wait till you talk to the king. The king has things to say to you. It's a good thing you're going there. Anyway, so Willem
Hey.
CW.
Can't wait to be yelled at.
Well, there might be a little yelling. Donated 100 bits with a thanks for all the episode and all the awesome vignettes. I thought they were amazing. We got $50 from Void Smoker, who, by the way, I put a brand new bit of fan art from Void Smoker,
good.
the suit, smoking, so good.
So
$50 tip, thank you, that said, somehow I feel like splitting the party was the first nuclear fission that will lead to a chain reaction across the galaxy. Probably.
yeah.
And then we got 100 bits from Willen, who says, thanks for these vignettes in the second part. So different from the others and as awesome. And then we got our last 300 bits from Rissa, who just had her birthday. So thank you. I don't attack our high port. We won't bombard you from Ash in orbit. Well, basically, there's like they're giving the Ogma Raiders stuff in exchange. Like there's like we'll give you some tech, we'll give you some stuff and some money, and then you just don't attack this high port, and we will not pay attention when you kidnap people from other planets. It's like a nice.
The other way. Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, but we have things to take care of. I'm very excited for it, and this was lovely, and I cannot wait. I'm imagining that we're gonna we'll get you all back to Drinax. Actually, I think they're gonna meet you at Drinax. I think you have to hang out on Drinax, but I think they're gonna meet you there.
Oh no.
Because-
I do feel like I remember that.
Yeah, because I have to bring the
yeah.
professor over. Yeah, so you're gonna meet on Drinax.
That's gonna activate our side quest.
Oh well,
Or other side quest.
I'm just gonna say that.
Activate the end game.
No, the end game you've got a bit of. You don't want that
We have-
just yet. I'm just.
We have to fight
gonna
all
say
the
that.
planets. All the planets will rise up, and
You don't want that one just yet.
Don't
You want
bring the
to give
professor
yourself.
because he's the one who's gonna start kicking in the mechanics that trigger the end game.
Oh,
right.
The Harlock said that there's a being on Drinax.
Huh?
If you're going there, maybe you can meet the being.
Huh?
You'd have to go
Well,
find them.
I'm expecting I'm for some reason imagining like never-ending story type giant creatures, but irradiated Fallout.
I mean-
like Fallout, never-ending story, and now I want that to happen.
Severance, you do have survival. You could probably
I
do some
kind of love
pathfinding.
that.
Yeah, right. That'd be
Just gonna note it.
Jim Henson does
a-
Fallout.
putting it out there. But that's it, everybody. We're going to go. So thank you. I believe 2 ships in the night was the offer, and I love it. So we're going to go
Love
with
it.
that.
That's really good.
Yeah, 2 ships in the night is very good. But I'm just putting out there's a possibility of, traveling around on Drinax on the irradiated surface that is Severance's home to see if they can find this being. Well, nonetheless, I'm going to cast it off. I want to say much love to all you all. And, oh, yeah, next week, I should say, right, where you can find me. Monday, 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel for the antepenultimate episode of Montreal by Night. And then Wednesday, Boop, boop. At 8 p.m. Eastern, over on Laugh Love Lindy's channel, will be the first episode of the Good Society campaign I'm running over there called Rating Between the Lines. And then back here, of course, on Friday for more of the gamblers, because, yeah, the king has got some things to say about your lack of piracy and some other
I
things.
can't wait. I can't wait to be like, listen, King.
Yeah,
We've
but
tried
also
I've tried my best.
Hey, but now you've got nothing stopping you from pirating all sorts of people. Except, yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I'm so excited. If he's like, you got to pirate more, I'm
privateering.
gonna be like, you're on.
And also, you've got a really good pirate ship. Anyhow, also,
And
I
a
just going to let you know
crew.
that
I'll let them go at any moment, and we will start pirating if that's what you want. Anyway,
pirating, and
I'm
Peter
excited.
Vallis is mad at you. By the way, the
Oh,
pirate Peter
no.
Vallis
I'm
is
supposed to
mad
be
at
afraid
you
of
all.
that guy.
Yeah. Anyway, I suppose you'll find out later. Bye, everybody. Take care of yourselves. You're the best. I love the crew. We will see you next week. Ciao.